is that that's what we're going to address. Implement their ideas, they will do it. But just because there are a lot of mundane things that currently the something akin to putting a comma here and the exclamation mark there. All these things that you need to acquire that to accomplish your goal. That's preventing you from doing the real meat of a job. Just like I can.
Nah, bro.
Alright, you just need a 2-minute timeout. Go ahead, Wolfgang.
I forgot. It was after his YouTube page. He says that the Western empires are falling. Basically, my shit got go hard. So I definitely will push. Remember, welcome. That's fine. I think you fall into a ravine, actually, John. And nothing I try to do with you, right? I try to.
So I was just explaining to some of the mod squad, I think that we should never respond to anything you say. I disagreed. Sam thought we should just ignore you entirely. And I said, no, I don't think that. But I do think that this latest thing with the BLS, trying to suggest some analogy between me thinking it's a bad thing not to have BLS data, which we all agree is the good stuff. Nobody's questioning it until you do yourself. I think it's a really funny analogy.
Well, we can have a people laugh.
One of the things I said is this, and I think we've touched on several times. I'm really not sure. I still don't quite understand your position. I mean, there is this simple thing. I think it has to do with the fact that you utterly eschew mathematical proof. Mathematical proof is meaningless to you if it's not backed up with data. So when John Bell proved that quantum mechanics makes predictions that are incompatible with local reality, well, but the data may show that that's not true. That's a very weird position.
But I will say, I think that mathematical proofs can be misleading. I think it's possible. But also in this particular case, John Bell did not, by issuing a mathematical proof in any way, decide the outcome. He just said there is an empirical question here to be answered. It is no longer an unempirical. There are many unempirical questions, like whether we're in a multiple universe. Sean Carroll's entire proposition is an
correct, right? But the only way, the point is that what John Bell did was to show that the only way you can preserve local reality is to reject quantum mechanics.
Well, I think the question better stated by Einstein at the time.
Maybe it's just no, it is.
You're condemning Einstein because I'm just.
I am. I'm not condemning Einstein because I'm thoroughly convinced that if Einstein had lived to see John Bell's proof, he would have said, "Oh, never mind." I'm thoroughly convinced of that. The more I think about it, the more I see it as an inescapable thing because Einstein understood mathematical proof. And the weaselly thing you do is to say, no, but Einstein just thought it was incomplete. That's fine. You can think it's incomplete, but that doesn't.
Damn. Weasel.
Mechanics makes predictions that are incompatible with local reality, and so you're free to say, well, the data may show that there is local reality. You're right. The data may show that, and it would show that by showing that quantum mechanics.
You after you're done.
that every
Yeah. That's the impression I get, I should say.
You know how I see it? I tried to tell Nathan this earlier. I said, there's certain arguments that are undebatable, and if arguments right there, nobody can see. And that argument that's you probably see glimpses of it in certain writers like the Lost Sword. And when he argued it was so well that the government had to burn the books. And I just feel like she had seen that argument argued and said, dang, he's trying to use it.
Your wavelength, because in the past, like, I've had people like tell me certain things or suggest certain things to me because it's something that they would want to do. It wasn't something that was truly aligned with me personally. So I definitely like agree with what you just said, Aya.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it's been awesome. I really love doing readings. I'm gonna miss him for a bit, but you know, I gotta rest. Okay, y'all. So, you know, I have to start class soon. I'm super duper just like let you know my club is, so stay in tune for that. Also, y'all, we have 3 more motherfucking tickets to New Orleans. If y'all know, I'm doing a third year. He's going to be doing a lot of ceremonies for everybody. She's going to have a healing ceremony. She's going to do where what Cindy was pointing out, the staffers or you know, advisors or the people that are sort of telling the you know on here what kind of reputation. It'll be
So this
and you'll be set to go. Get in there. Nathan is thinking about playing Fortnite, and he needs to be equipped. He needs to be able to transfer his real life battle skills into Fortnite. He's about to be our secret weapon.
You guys are still playing video games?
Yeah.
At what point do you realize that, like, it's all spam? Whether you're in a room here talking and listening, or playing a video game, or watching TV, or watching a movie. I'm just asking, you know, do you realize that it's spam and you choose the spam you eat?
All right. Well, because you said asking wrong, I'm not gonna take you serious. Good. And you can't even share with the people around. So now you see.
Wait, do you have a fear of intimacy? Are you projecting?
No, I'm analyzing. And that's okay. Because we are here to help. You ever heard of the Avengers? Each and everybody here has a specific skill set that is unique to the group.
Wait, you guys are superheroes in this room?
No. See, that's childish. We're more like helpers.
Like street cleaners? Like you clean the...
Be better individuals. You see, in the idea of boredom, which is depression, it is the paralysis of your productive powers. And now we realize there's certain things that you disabled at. And now we want to give you a wheelchair, a crutch, in order for you to begin walking on your own.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you go by the name Loki?
Honestly, it gladdens me to know that all things are finished for a feast. Tonight, I shall be drinking ale from curved palms.
So you're like a black Viking. You're a black Viking helper. I got it. Okay.
No, I'm actually a black Jew. Even better, right?
You're Jewish?
Look at my PTR, brother. You can see my
I just see a black guy playing pool. I don't understand what makes you a Jewish black Viking.
I know it's the camouflage. If you look harder, you see Yaka and the TC strings below my waist.
So let me ask you something, Loki. What is the source of life?
I'm glad you asked. Love is to desire what is good for another. And when we begin to desire what is good for another, no one needs help. And help begins to make the world go round. And that source of life, that delta of the river, is my mother named God. And my brother King can enlighten you about God.
What happened? My bad. What happened?
about God, nigga.
What?
Tell him about
Yeah,
God.
John. Okay, well, yeah, John.
Okay, this is when I love us. You'll always love us, y'all, but this is
My bad, Loki. My bad, bro.
I tried, John.
Yo, John, what's up with your boy, Roger, bro?
I mean, he's a human being, and he does what everybody else does on this app. So if you don't like the way he does it, maybe it's a you problem.
No, I didn't say that. That's what I said. Y'all too cool? You go with this rooms a lot?
Yeah, I mean, I record a lot of rooms, and he's he's another person who hosts rooms.
What do you think? What do you think his best qualities are when he's hosting this room?
I think his best qualities would be one is it's what he calls a sound wall where everybody's just banging and it's so chaotic that it's unproductive. So he controls by being the one green bean. So he basically if you look at every room as a show, and it's 1 to 3 hours. I'm just saying he puts together a good show.
I don't remember people talking on top of one another in Roger's rooms, but okay.
But he said he doesn't have that.
I'm just saying.
Is like this bad moderation. Anything else?
I mean, if you believe in free market, libertarian economics, not fiat currency, and forever debt and forever wars, that's why I appreciate him, because he has a political and a financial economic perspective, which I think a lot of people are unaware of. And so, in a way, he provides education. But again, this is mostly entertainment. It's not really education.
What about now? I heard it's a change in character now. He turned into I don't know. What people say they are.
People use him as like the evergreen Pepe to cast their hate onto him. And
Okay.
but I
Clubhouse talking all this time.
So what I'm saying is the new
Finally acts normal. Look at this.
The new show we're going to do Mystery Science Theater 3000 on you guys and analyze what you're talking about, and then cause chaos in this room and other rooms because people will be paranoid that they're being used and live streamed and made fun of and roasted. Because I think this app is really like a comedy roast app, and most people don't know that they're comedians. That's just I mean, have you ever got that feeling?
Oh, is this John? Oh, yeah, that's John. What's up, John? It's the first time I actually heard you. Right? Let's go, buddy.
Hey.
You know updates on what's going to happen on Mondays. Can you hear the anger in his voice and the bullshit?
I hear the bullshit, I don't hear the anger.
Yeah, definitely seething. That's definitely bullshit. You don't think it's a little negative truth in it? When he said that people voice their hate on Evergreen Pepe, is it hate or we just don't like the rhetoric that he spews, right? When he says that, it's entertainment, therefore you can't learn anything, does one exclude the other? You can't have both entertainment and education at the same time. What else? He said some other shit, but it's all. He thinks, oh, everybody's a comedian. They just don't know it. Just because you disagree with people, is that why you think people are comedians? Because sometimes, like, what we think we're trying to be funny, or just pure bullshit.
No, he's just devaluing people. And what he said essentially is that basically all of you guys can't be serious, you know, with some of these debates or conversations that you have. And the only value is the entertainment aspect of making people laugh from these ideas. Doesn't have any real world effects. He's basically diluting your real world value as a public servant. And I think that
Let me.
Yeah. A lot of people comedians.
that's his psyop.
No, it's not.
It's like a psyop.
What I'm trying to say is, like, if this was an educational room, aka a classroom, it would be information exchange, not debates. So what I'm saying
There
is,
is information exchange.
not necessarily.
No, I get what he's saying.
Not necessarily.
Yes, it is.
If they want to be let's try to be charitable. What he's simply saying is, this is like not like an academic room. This is a room where people, debate, someone spits some ideas. You can learn from someone's information that they provided in the debate, but it's not necessarily the environment where you sit down there and listen and get lectured to learn.
Yeah, it's also not a butcher shop. It's also not a garden.
But you don't think it's a comedy store? You don't think it's a comedy store?
Car manufacturing hub. It's also not a fucking Mars Space Center. Like, why?
Monday is gonna be something, bro. I'm trying to get all the news on what's gonna happen on Monday.
Brother John, may I ask you one more thing? This is Brother Loki.
What did you ask?
All right. We do have philosophical debates and deep, profound debates, and sometimes they take the guise of simplicity, because under simplicity there's a complexity that most people cannot fathom. And I would just ask you, do you believe fishes could get thirsty?
Let me ask you a question. What do you think the following statement means? The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get.
I think that is.
Why don't you just answer the question first, bro? Like, come on, that's the mark of a dishonest interlocutor.
A dishonest interlocutor. He's asking me if fish get thirsty. Come on, it's a joke. It's called comedy, man. That's a joke.
Yes or no question.
It's a joke. You want me to dignify his joke with a yes or no? It's a joke.
It was a question. It was a question.
I'm sure fish get thirsty, yes.
There you go.
Oh, sure. It's rare. Most people say no because they feel they cannot possibly get thirsty because they feel they only suffocate. So I think you were very honest with saying that. Thank you.
Well, it's logical. The organisms need hydrogen and oxygen. So, I mean, of course, they desire and need water in their system.
Why couldn't it be at a constant state of equilibrium such that it never needs anything?
Because there's never equilibrium in the ocean. There's all kinds of salt differentials, etc.
Why does it have to travel to those areas where there's salt differentials?
Let me ask you this.
Why can't it habitate in a particular area where the salt levels?
Okay, let's not go down that route. Let me ask you a question.
Answer that question. Why can't a species of fish stay in an area where the salt levels are consistent, such that it's at a state of equilibrium, never becoming thirsty?
Diagnostic. Let me do a quick diagnostic here. Concrete, answer this question. What is 100 times 1,000, Concrete? What is 100 times 1,000? So 100,000 or 100.
10 million fish.
100 times 1,000.
100,000. Oh, got me. Anyway, so can you answer my question now? So, since I've answered yours, can you answer mine?
You might get me 500 slaves.
I want to give a compliment to Loki and Concrete Baby, but
Can you just
mostly
answer my question
Loki.
now? I answered your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Answer my question.
State your question in one
Why
sentence.
can it be the case that there's a species of fish that stays in an area where salt levels are static?
Okay, I'll agree with you. Yes, correct, Concrete.
All right, would that be the case that a fish does not get thirsty? If it's a constant state of equilibrium between the amount necessary and the amount that was on intake?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to stop answering these questions, and I'm gonna go back to listening.
All right, thank you.
But I'm impressed. Most people never say yes, they say no, and they have articulate arguments. And I'll say I'm impressed with you, dog. My name is given to you as a good character.
Yeah, but look, you know that your whole argument is based. I think Brad established that they don't get thirsty in the way that humans do. So when you talk about
That's an implication.
so when you talk about thirst in the way that humans get thirsty, no, fish don't get thirsty in the way that humans get thirsty. Well, it wasn't Brad. It wasn't Roger.
No, the key word is dehydration.
Yeah, but look, why would they when their brain is that they are thirsty?
So you agree that you're talking about two different senses of the word thirst?
No, I'm saying that the biological need for thirst remains the same in both species. Why? Because we with the fish, it doesn't allow them to perceive that they're thirsty.
It's a little bit like breathing with humans. A lot of people in this app, I don't think they're breathing anymore. I think they're just chronically thinking, speaking, and responding. They're, not breathing. So let me ask one more question to Concrete. Can a human get a deficient in, breath? Well, I mean, you got the respiration cycle, you got the hydration cycle. But let me ask a more important question. Are you called concrete because you're thick as concrete? I mean, doesn't your name imply that you're stupid? Doesn't your name imply that you're stupid?
Look how irate you get. Go smoke some weed. You feel better.
He's John. He's actually a nation of the highest order. Meaning he could lay a foundation brick by brick, fundamentally, architecture, all the spiritual realm of philosophical ideas. And I think you too, my brother, you said.
Well, see, as I stated earlier, I believe that this is a roast app, aka comedy. And so when I say stupid, I don't mean stupid as in like retarded or autistic or Down syndrome. Like, I mean that like if you are a Freemason and you are stupid or thick as a block of concrete, that's really like the all, or he has become the universe. That's all I'm trying to say. But apparently that philosophical esoteric concept flew over his block of concrete.
Kendall, you there? Can you imagine somebody interact with a regular big? Well, that means they're a fucking creep. Maybe they should find something better to do.
Well, if you call me a creep, maybe you're projecting that you're a creep.
Maybe they lack opportunities to express themselves in a meaningful way, and this is their only outlet, and it's a frustrating existence when you see other people doing what they want to be doing. But welcome, John. Just try to be normal. I know it's hard.
Yeah, you see how he kind of try to make a correlate, like, hey, because I recognize a person with negative traits, that I must be able to recognize said trait because I too have that trait. And we're supposed to be the dumbasses here. Like, all right.
He doesn't really believe him. Probably, I take it to be the result wants to diminish them. Remember when you said that? He wants to diminish them.
Well, let me just ask the question again. Dr. Concrete, what do you think?
Ask them again. See if you'll engage.
People are engaging. We're talking about, hey, what's gonna happen is me and Roger are gonna record room and play it, and then we're gonna go inside, politically correct and chillism, and we're gonna ask questions and tell everyone that hey, it's really so that stringer.
Yeah, we're gonna act as the aggregator or the algorithm, and we're gonna cause anarchy and chaos tomorrow using your room and politically correct.
You want to form an alliance?
Well, because of Anonymous, we open up a YouTube account and join, the rebellion or the alliance. I'm more than happy to include you in this network.
We could write a proper verbal agreement with Toxic. He's our Secretary of State and such.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, tell him, and he will make it sincere, official, and we'll stamp it. Sometimes diplomacy is the best battle in these type of situations.
If you ever try to monetize off my content, they're coming for you.
Well, it's not just me. Look, none of those anons in the audience are
I'm telling
me.
you directly, I don't give a fuck about anything else. Just letting you know.
Okay, got it. It's been noted. Anybody else want to get the same notation?
It's please make sure you communicate to your brother about the question.
You don't want to help him actualize his vision?
Absolutely not. He has a diabolical nature, and he only means to utilize this in a negative way, which I do not support.
Is that true, John? Is that true, John? You want to use
No. See, that's him projecting, and I don't respect that. I don't appreciate that.
I'm going off of what you said before. So that was your introduction to why you record.
Poll about me, and I count polls
No,
about
no, no, no.
people as harassment. And if I'm going to be harassed, I should have a mod badge while I'm being harassed. So either get one of my badge, I just want to be not in the polls. I have PTSD from my name being in titles, and I really don't feel like being the subject of conversation.
Aww.
You're popular, Monica. I know. I just can only have so many flowers, Bima. My house is filled with them.
Well, I mean, if they're begonia.
Oh, yes.
Hey, Bima, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead, Cole.
Earlier, for the past couple of days, I had people stumped with a profound question. Here's the second. Can a man or a woman live without regrets?
Yeah, I do believe so.
So you think people can be perfect?
I don't think that living without regrets is perfection. I think it's the acceptance. It's just the ability to accept what is and to make peace with that.
So you think somebody could make 100 choices, and out of 100 of them, they can never look back and say, I should have made another?
No, I'm saying that. Oh, are you saying like built in, like they no longer have regret? No, I think regret will always be something that is a conscious thing that we like look and reflect on. But I'm saying like it's a conscious choice to whether or not you want to let that hurt your future and your now. You know, the past is gone forever. You're never going to get that back. You're never going to change that. The future isn't here. The only thing that you have is literally like right now. That's it. So what's the point of lamenting on things that you can't change? And I think that there are people that have been able to, I think it's rare, but there are definitely people that have been able to make peace with decisions of regret.
Why do you have such a pessimistic view of life? You don't think you could be perfect?
I think atomically, each and every one of us is perfect already. I think that's why I have it in my PTR. Or my bio? Get to my bio? I say your per.
I see.
Exactly. I just spent time here, traveled a little bit, and refreshed my head. And
Mental stuff. Yeah, I have the merchant events queued up on my laptop to watch on the very long train ride there.
oh, it's very nice. How long have you been there? Just 3 days?
Yeah, 3 days.
Where are you flying from when you leave?
So what?
Where are you flying from when you leave?
Flying from Rome, and that's like later on.
Okay. Yeah, no, I thought you were flying in and out from Milano. And so I thought, okay, Milano is super close to me. It's like 2-hour train or 3-hour train. But Venice is way further. I don't know what to do with my mom. She's been sick. Actually, I've been being a nurse the last. Well, she came here with asthma and whatever. Yeah, so I've been. She's still on nebulizer. Like she finishes the treatment on Wednesday or so, or Thursday. I don't remember. But yeah, she's been doing steroids and stuff. Like she's been taking care of her. So I don't think that she will.
I wish her first line, but she should have a speedy recovery.
Thank you. No, she's gonna be fine. It's just that, you know, like if I tell her, okay, we're gonna go to Venice this weekend, probably she will not be up to it.
Yeah.
If I were on my own, that's fine because you know it's just.
I'm here with the kids. Main thing is to get them to San Marco, which
Oh, you know what? When you're in San Marco, just buy food for the dogs.
I know the
with the.
easy there.
Yeah. I remember one time that I was there, I bought coconut cookies, and I was just sitting there, you know, like taking in the whole environment. I was just eating my coconut cookies, and all of a sudden I had dogs all over me, on my head, on my arms, everywhere. It was so disgusting, and it was the cookies.
Yeah, it's one of the pictures I have from when I went to Italy 10 years ago. We were like feeding some birds, and you know they're flying right at me, and I got like a great action shot of me in my hat with the birds flying all around.
Yeah, they will enjoy that. I see. Yeah,
But this is the
because
first
they
step, by
have.
the way.
Oh, I didn't know this.
I heard something say one of the earliest, but I'm pretty sure it's the early one. I think it's the origin of the phrase ghetto, like it was a jetty, which I think is French for technical port.
So ghetto comes from Italian?
I think so, but it sounds Italian, right? Ghetto.
That's really interesting. I don't think I realized if I ever went through the Jewish ghetto.
You might have. It's like right towards the top, like as you're walking through the city to get down to San Marco, like from the train station, you walk past it at least. But I'll be there for shops, so I'll be staying there. I'll be like doing
It's
proper
really
shopping.
nice.
Yeah.
Are you guys enjoying your trip? Are your kids fascinated with everything they're seeing?
Yes. The kids are like stressed out and all over the place, but it's a lot of fun. We had some scares, but my wife's bag got snatched at the train station.
Oh yeah, you said that you recorded. I
We recorded
that you recorded everything.
Yes, we got everything back. I didn't see the criminal.
Yeah, that is actually amazing. Like I would have never had any expectations of recovering any wrong stuff in Italy.
Yeah, no, I was freaking out in the conversation. There were 8 cops there, and they were already telling us they recovered the bag and it's on the way back.
Wow, that's really cool. That's amazing. Well, and what other scares did you have with the kids?
Well, because of the fact we were like late for Shabbos, like we had to catch a train that was going into Rome late, which is nerve-wracking for us.
And you did Shabbos in Rome?
In Rome, yeah. Touch base with the Chabad guy over there.
Nice.
Wasn't
So
able to.
you're not going out on Shabbat on Saturdays to walk?
No, I walk on Shabbos, but I can't carry. In fact, we did do a fair amount of walking in Rome on Shabbos. We walked to the old shul, right? Because the proper, like Rome proper, like the old city, like not the most livable like a different way. It's fun.
Oh, that's very nice. Well, I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying. When are you going back?
The 20th, I think, is like back.
Okay. Well, listen, if you're gonna be this weekend, let me just check with my mom. At least I know you will be in Venice.
Yes.
Let me check.
And that's like our last hurrah to the north. Like, we'll go to the north for Venice, then we're going to be back down to Gropoli, hanging out by the beaches south of Amalfi.
If you're going to Venice, you can still go through Verona as well and show them the Romeo and Juliet balcony. Although not sure it's not too far away from Venice. It's probably like an hour away. Verona. Hey, Pepe. Hey, John. John, why are you quiet, dude?
I'm here reading a book. So, Mixed, I wanted to ask you a question.
I wasn't sure it was you. Actually.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Do you know that today is a fast day?
Really?
Fast day.
Yes. Of facts that the Jews have during the year. They all have like partners, long, short, male, female, black and white. Today is the black. The destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. The expulsion of the Jews from Israel. Today we commemorate.
So, Mixed, let me ask you a question. As you travel the streets of Italy, how do you view Judaism in comparison to paganism? Is it, historically, is it cultural? Is it political? And how does it all work together?
Which was made by the Anjou and the Aragonese as part of like the conquest of Sicily and the kingdom of Napoli, which had to do with some like Muslim invasions and inviting in different people to protect them. First the Normans, then the Anjou, eventually the Aragonese with the blessing of the Pope. And like, there's a church here, right? The castle's been like redone a few times. And on the church, it's like right nearby where we're staying, there's these like very big, heavy, like I think made of brass doors that have like statues of Peter and Paul, right? It has Petrus and Paulus, and it is listed there. They also have on a different door, it looks like they have depictions of the conquest of Jerusalem, maybe, I'm not sure exactly. But Peter and Paul very clearly, they're marked and named. And, I also went to Rome, and I saw their statue depictions of deities frolicking in the fountains with, it was actually really beautiful at, I think, Piazza Navona. There's like this really like beautiful animated kind of shot. And, it strikes me, the place of religion is a question of what you're using religion for. Is it a symbol? Is it a rallying cry to unite people, to express the things they already feel? Like, I wish I could be so dominant over a pool that a lion was licking up the water between my legs? Or is it supposed to be like insightful and meaningful? And like, you see how Italy is going through different modes of both agreeing with and arguing with both sides of that question. The right, because Michelangelo and all of those guys that were trying to revive the statues, that was much later. And you got the Pantheon there also. Italy is an excellent case study in the Jewish thoughts on idolatry and paganism, and the non-Jewish reckoning with it upon discovery of Jewish teachings. And like, they still want the statues, right? I see it mostly the way that the Christians relate to Judaism, as they found another paganistic source. This is just a different source of stories, and we can paganize the whole thing. But I think also that the Jewish message is a bit persuasive and transformative. And I think that their thoughts evolve and change as they.
That's really interesting. And are your kids taking in all of this? Like, what are the ages again? You were like 7, 8, right?
Well, they deleted my other account, so maybe it feels like a different experience for you or something with this new account. Because I asked this atheist, what a Homo sapien is, and he got so emotionally upset that he reported me, and he's like, "You're that motherfucker who has all those accounts, you motherfucker." And I think his name is Mark. I don't know if you know that guy, Mark. I think his name is. He has got a different name on here now, but yeah. Thanks, Big Zed, for that answer. I thought that was really interesting. Um,
You look very handsome in that photo you have on.
oh, thanks. I think it's the hat that gets women so excited when they see it.
You got a very handsome face there. And the shirt and everything. But very cute photo of you.
It's actually a complete clone of Anton LaVey.
I don't know who that is, but he's got a nice smile. The beard is nice.
Danny's projecting. Danny's projecting onto me. Danny, do you think you're a witch?
Why?
Yeah.
Who do you think's more handsome, Lugis, Tickles, or John?
They're both different types of handsome.
Now, don't forget, underneath that Trump hat is a bald head. So take that. If you love hair,
I am forgetting. I mean, Lou has definitely better hair. And also his eyes are nice.
who do you think would be a better husband? My friend the trash bag, a trash bag, or John?
I don't know really. I think my friend lacks a little bit of spine sometimes. At least for me, I need someone with more character.
So let me ask you one final question. What do you think the answer is to the super secret hard riddle known as the riddle of the Sphinx? So maybe Google it. Google what is the mystery riddle of the Sphinx.
Amen.
So I wanted to also say that tomorrow we're doing something different here on Clown House. We are live streaming all of the rooms in Chillism, Politically Correct, a couple others, and we're going to do live feedback. We're going to do like a sample, and then everybody gets to give their opinion on what they just listened. Then we go to another room, or we hit resume. So it's going to be in the muff with Roger Mayhem hosting and John Kitover producing. And we.
I heard them exactly. Now he works for him.
Lisa, by the way, I can't believe I spent the past 4 years complaining to you about my ineffectual behavior in a toxic relationship, and now you think I think you're a spineless partner.
No. I have no. It was nothing referred to your relationship and what you shared with me. It's just like the way that you come across. It's just like I'm not saying that you're a spineless slimy bitch. I'm just saying that your personality is more agreeable.
It's true. It's true. You need a manly man, and I am a faggot.
Why are you a faggot? Anyway, John. I hear that now you work.
Think that the parasite is the host, and sometimes you think the host is the parasite. But in this case,
Roger is the parasite.
He's doing your.
no, I'm just saying that it's mutual cooperation, and if you believe that you can organize community organizers and get monetized one day, this is hopefully what's happening. But I do have to stop recording so much Clubhouse because I have to actually do campaign work to try to get signatures on the ballot to put me on the.
So you're gonna delegate this to Roger?
John, if you need me, come get sick.
Fly out here. So what we're gonna do is my friend Jared here, who is my campaign, coordinator. He's got a really nice BMW, and so we're gonna go to the top 15 towns in the district, and we're gonna do interviews with people that live in all these little towns in Illinois, and see what they think about the current congressman, and share with them information.
Listen, this is the power of Clubhouse. Okay, we are going to make you win.
I agree. I think having Clubhouse is like having a supercomputer. You just have to be, you have to be a good user of that computer. So I hope I'm a good user, and everybody here. Yeah.
Even I can help you from sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. Like this is a spam operation in a way. So I need as many brains out there spamming to, help educate people and stop getting people from asking questions. Bima wants to be a part of the campaign. See, I think the whole thing, can essentially, I hate to say that Robert Taylor, aka the Bitcoin laundromat guy, he has this theory of praxeology. Now, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but if you look at the Mises Institute publishes the theory of human action, and I couldn't stop laughing when I read that.
What do you mean you couldn't stop laughing?
Because Robert Taylor, in a way, is right, but he's also really stupid. He can't explain the theory of human action because it's so complicated. And there's so much in it that to think that you can come on a social audio chat app and exchange, terabytes of information, you just can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say what's there to laugh. Like the Business Institute is one of the best places where you can actually get educated in economics. I love it.
I don't think people are that complicated, and I don't think the universe is that complicated. It's all just, information.
Well, Danny is one of the best crisis actors any political candidate has ever hired. And I thank you, Danny, for being such an effective agent on behalf of Mossad. Oops, did I Freudian slip there? Just kidding, Pepe.
No, they don't want me. Are you joking? I was brainwashed by the America. They're just using me as a pad state.
Pepe is a sociopath. Did you just figure that out? He said, Bima, welcome to the stage. Bima is also a crisis actress in the campaign to elect John Kitover. Welcome, Bima.
Hey, what's going on?
Who's the guy in your PTR? He's
He's an athlete, of course, perfect. This guy is really inspirational. He's normal apart from his arms, right? Like he doesn't have arms, like they never grew. And he plays tennis, he rides.
He plays tennis?
He swims, yeah. He swims and running and horse riding and yeah, I don't know, like he plays a lot of sports. And he's Polish Russian. Like I met him a year ago and I was having dinner next to him, right next to him. He had a steak in front of him. I was like, shall I ask if I should cook his food or I should help him? Like, I didn't know, what to do. I was like, no, he's not. That would be rude. Just like, let him ask for help.
So wait, does that mean his penis is technically his real arm?
Right. But the thing is that he ate exactly as any other person. Of course, he had to eat a little bit more, on the plate. But he ate with a fork and a knife, and he cut his steak. He did everything neatly. The only thing he asked me to do is to please put his glass of wine a little bit closer, of course, because what are you gonna to reach it? But that's it. Everything else, like he put on his, but he doesn't use a jacket, right? Because the sleeves. But he uses a vest. He put on his vest. He took off his vest, like put it in the chair. He's fully independent and self.
If you were to see him in like a water tank swimming, do you think it would look weird?
Like he definitely would look weird. I mean, his legs are normal. Everything's normal. He's married. He's got 4 children.
Oh my gosh.
He's super smart. He's amazing. He's like 175, which is like what, 5'11".
What's that syndrome called? Is it called pterodactylism or something?
That would fucking suck. Like how he would be able to jerk off, dude. That fucking sucks.
Well, listen, he can clean his ass when he goes to the toilet. So what makes you think that he can't jerk off?
Yeah. Pepe, he has 4 children. Okay, how is this guy with no arms more successful, than losers on a social audio chit chat app who talk about FBI crime statistics all day long? Yeah.
It's amazing. You see, Isa, myself, and John, we could all die in a bus accident, and everybody's lives would go on the same year. Nobody would miss us. No children would starve because we don't have the love of our life doesn't exist.
I was trying to like refute what Pepe just said, and then the more I thought about it, I was like, you know what? I got a lot more work to do.
Actually, that might be a good thing. Like if you die, nobody will miss you, and that means you cause the least amount of pain on this planet. Amazing.
But see, that's why you're stupid, Pepe, and you don't read books. Like, I mean, I was reading Tanya yesterday, and it talks about selflessness and kindness and mercy and being charitable. Like, there's a lot of good things in life that you can do. I mean, you have a very sociopathic and homicidal ideation type of personality. I mean, you talk about murdering hitchhikers and dissolving their bodies in acid baths. Like, why do you come on here and say so much negativity?
Well, I don't, maybe that this one time you bought somebody who was hungry a meal and made their day, and you did some nice things for them, but then, that you end up dying, and that person feels sad for many more days, and that makes it it has more of a negative impact than you had a positive impact on his life. So maybe I actually my outlook on life is the best.
I don't know. But I was just realizing that the title of the room is that we can talk about the title of the room is very close. John for all and all for Kitover. One for all and all for Kitover.
Come on over for Kitover.
Yeah,
I asked a question. I asked, what do you think? Try to use your listening and your brain skills here. If you want to work for the campaign, you got to listen. What do you think the now is all important means?
now it's all important.
Yeah, what does that mean?
That's the only thing that we have. Nothing else matters. The past doesn't exist. The future doesn't exist. The now is like all we have. That's all that
So you're
exists.
saying that
I think it all exists. Everything exists.
Everything exists in the now.
so you're saying that the compression is all that we have.
Yeah, it's the future and past compressed into now. Right?
Is it the event horizon?
Danny's so funny.
What does it mean, John?
No, I think Danny, in a way, like the comedy aspect, I think it's, the silver lining. So all I'm saying is, the now is all important. And I mean, it's 1:28 here in the afternoon. Everyone here, has things to do. But here you are, communicating. But, there's an expiration happening in the background in a way. Maybe that's conceptual, but I say one for all for Kitover, and come on over for Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com. Hey, El Normo. El Normo. El Normo.
If I were in Chicago, I would vote for you. Now, just one little question before we go to Norm. If I help you in the campaign, would that imply Swiss interference in the election?
No, you're a volunteer for the campaign. Anyone in the world can volunteer for John. Oh, Normo, I was really trying to push the buttons on Shapeshifter yesterday. I apologize if I was being crude and coarse, but I wanted to see how far I could push that guy.
I understand. I just think that your persona is more erudite and reasonable, and I want to encourage you to stay in the reasonable zone. When you say we, you mean you and your other personalities, like Sybil?
I
I don't know. I gotta say, like, I went out last night and there's so many beautiful college girls in town. Beautiful things in life are women and wisdom, and you got to seek them both out. And to me, they're the best things in reality.
You haven't really liked it. How did you end up throwing your young mic check and came out down the road?
I'm sure that sounded better in your head than it sounded in the room.
Yeah.
No, this is you weren't here when Edwin had to say to me earlier.
Here's the picture, Sean.
Oh, that's a very good. Oh my God, what is this fucking doing? You're gonna get kicked out if you do that. Everybody saying goodbye to Jacob.
Yeah, I meant that, Ethan.
Does everybody say goodbye to Norm? That
So we are going to do like a mystery science theater 3000 thing, where we listen to Chillism, we listen to Patty's politically.
always fun. Yeah, that's gonna be a waste of time because you are going to have people just listening into the. I mean, you're gonna waste your time listening to another room that you're not in, and then you're just going to discuss the content. It would be better if you're just recording it, for the snippets or whatever. All of you go into that room, you participate, make them, you trigger them actually to say things that you want them to say.
We'll see that.
And you trigger them and you participate, and then you go and have a post-room discussion.
Well, it's a roast show. It's a live roast show. But also, don't forget, because we have the room open and we're going to title it in a certain way, and we're going to go into those rooms and say, hey, somebody's live streaming this into Roger Mayhem's room. Like, we're going to cause chaos while we do the show.
I know, but that's what I mean. Leave the room open and have your room just like you have your stuff, just with one account. Leave it there in the month if you want, but then you guys go to the room to actually provoke these people to say the shit you want them to say so you can expose them. And then do a post room. But just like listening passively, that's idiotic.
See, that's the point. It's not going to be idiotic, and it's not passive. It's critical, analysis and critique of basically people wasting their time talking about nothing. Well, Norma, I know you're, a filmmaker, and so like I consider myself a filmmaker as well, having produced, 40,000 YouTube videos over the past couple of years, but really having no success in terms of, viewership. So I'm just trying to like.
That's like wearing a hot dog factory and saying I'm a chef.
Well, never knock a good Jewish hot dog stand, because the secret is in, having a line and doing just a couple hot dogs at a time. And then the line builds up. But you have to find essentially a way to create a mind virus, which is, free clicks. The Mises Institute says the theory of human action.
Wait, somebody I know was telling me about the Mises Institute. Is that MIES? I feel like I know about this.
It's Mises. He's like an intellectual who came over from Europe, and it's basically about how government destroys economic growth and opportunity and eats out the substance of their people.
I had a friend who was a New Yorker writer named Stanley Mises. I wonder if there's a link there.
Wow, I have smashed Gaza. People, it is. How do you view this news cycle with regards to the war. I mean, I heard somebody say you can't just go save the hostages because they'll kill them, in the attempt. So, what's like the optimal game theory if this was a chess game? How do you eventually get a checkmate here?
You know, there's a great Nobel Prize winning theorist. Unfortunately, I don't remember his name, but somebody out on that like criminal prisoner that you have in your jail. If you offer more than one for a hostage, you're an idiot. You're a fool. According to game theory. So you don't trade the thousand for one. That's number one. Also, I don't think the negotiation does anything except encourage them to do this again, unfortunately. So, I think the only option is to smash the hell out of them. That's all I can think. And just make it so that they understand that anybody who does something like this will never again be able to allow themselves to be seen on top of the surface. So right now, we're going to take, we're going to tap your growth services, which, by the way, they did something like this. They took away their personal weapons and drugs. So first, we're going to stop your growth service, and then we're going to kick you out of the five-star hotel, and we're going to let the Mossad do whatever they want to you. You know what that means? And I think that would end it. How many did you say?
5 billion, I think I read 4 billion, 3 billion.
I think it's 1.5 billion. But a billion here, a billion there. Sooner or later, that ends up to some real money.
So I mean, is she going to be magnanimous and give that money back to her people and build 60,000 housing units? Like, what is that? Like, why can't the International Criminal Court seize her assets, and redistribute that back to her people? Because clearly she didn't earn that money, and so if maybe it's legal because she got it in the estate, but why the hell was he worth that much money? So I don't know why they can't seize that money. Well, if it's in France, I guess the money's in France, right? I mean, I guess it deals with the government in France whether or not they can seize those assets.
France is a cool place, and I just think that they're being blown by their immigrants. The winds of immigration are affecting their decisions. I don't take this seriously. If you look at the headlines from 40 years ago, they're almost identical. The world says to stop arms trade with Israel, and I don't know what else. Israel should get out of Gaza. It was literally the same thing. Israel should, honor the 1960s. Everyone would have said it's almost ludicrous nonsense, but it reflects the fact that the world would want this to go away. It's upsetting to have to look. People don't want to open their morning newspaper or their, even digitally on their iPad and see pictures of kids hurting. Nobody wants that. I understand that.
I am not for abortion in this country. I think we should be giving women checks of $10,000 or more to have. When I see, dead babies or malnutrition people dying, I know that that's nature itself. But what is happening? Abortion doctors, and so to me, justice for October 7th and attacking the Supernova Festival and taking all these hostages is an opposite and equal response. You attack the Supernova Festival, you cause a supernova in your city, and there goes your your civilization over there and that beautiful piece of real estate. Nationalize anything.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that America has absolutely no moral ground to stand on whatsoever with regards to just about anything. And we fund, through Medicare, Medicaid, and over $2 trillion a year, we're paying for all these abortions. Taxpayers are being taxed to murder 80,000 children a month in Planned Parenthood facilities throughout the country. So I'm just saying that, I want to just describe the situation accurately and say that, if there's any hypocrites around, just realize that, like, as an American, you really have no moral or ethical bedrock or cornerstone at all. We are such a liberal Democrat, toxic society of hypocrites and death dealers, and shameless politicians who do not demonstrate humility or maybe fake kindness, but it's so all inauthentic because it's all based on murder, in my opinion.
I've never heard you say that. I don't think that there's any more recent conversation about abortion that doesn't acknowledge women's right to make that decision if she needs to.
If the AI that we supposedly want to keep talking about all the time because it's all important believes that abortion is murder, but that's just one platform. So, anyways, I'm just opposed to abortion, but it's not, to me it's political. Everything is political. The debt is political, abortion is political, vaccines are political, LGBTQ is political, BLM is political, this app is political, your Instagram is political in a way. I mean, everything, not yours per se, but I'm just saying that like all communication is political, it's spam, it's projection, um, or it's propaganda. I mean, I'm just saying people are now in a communication place in 2025 where they've never been before. And it's so polarizing and addicting, or stupid, but it's basically all spam. And so, part of personal responsibility is choosing what kind of spam you're going to have for lunch and dinner and breakfast. Also, I guess with regards to the abortion thing, uh, there's nothing new under the sun. Mankind has been doing infanticide since the very beginning, you know. So there's just nothing new under the sun. And I'm only really talking about it because I'm trying to be political.
You know, the Torah says that the soul enters the body with the baby's first breath, but before it's born, so the soul is not the body.
Yeah, well, in Hebrew, the word is ruach, which is breath, or life force. You could say it's spirit. And, if you want to be a literalist about first breath, but you still want to exude, rip that baby's body apart, just if that makes you feel better legally, morally, ethically, spiritually, okay, cool. But I think most common sense people in 2025 know that, ripping the child's head off in the uterus before it can get that first breath is not a valid excuse to terminate that baby, that organism's life. I mean, it's mystical what you're saying, but if you want to be,
You'd rather it die afterwards of starvation?
no, what I'm saying is,
Did you say that earlier? Did I catch that?
no, I didn't say that. What I'm saying
I
is
thought I caught that. Can we get the recording? I forgot it.
mystical, more magical, more beautiful than that breath. Does that make any sense at all?
Because the consequences are in a world like this. If we were living in a biblical utopia, we'd all be with our first loves, and there would be no thought of abortion. But in a world like this, what do you do then? All you have thousands, tens of hundreds of thousands. It's like it's a kind of it would have effects that it's like people don't get pregnant to have abortions, it's like, oh my god, this happened. Now I'm not in biblical utopia, I'm in Cincinnati, you know. Yeah, well, people shouldn't be using abortion as birth control. That's for sure. People should be, in loving relationships with. They shouldn't be having sex with people who they're not planning on having children with. But there are, situations when you're had enough kids or
Material world has become profane to all these liberal Democrats. The material world is the true, real spiritual world. It's the real. And because people are so addicted to politics and propaganda and mind viruses and thought control, you end up having unnecessary death. And I think, the abortion doctors, table is open to criticism. Option, if the government is going to pay the doctors and the health insurance providers, give the women an option for direct payment and subsidy of the pregnancy. Give the money to the people, not to the doctors and the corporations, if especially with regards to abortion, and especially because we have plummeting birth rates in this country.
Do you think that maybe it's a sacrifice?
You could say it, under the cloak of a white cape, anything is capable. I mean, modern day psychiatry and a lot of medicine is just veiled in terms of like medieval practices. It's just an updated version of the same old game that we do to each other commercially. It's very sick. Most people need a good environment, not more medication. They need more exercise and diet and, more security, better housing, cleaner everything. I'm just saying that.
It's a pyramid,
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd call it child sacrifice, like in some kind of, satanic way, but I would just say that if you've ever met with abortion doctors or seen congressional testimony with a very aggressive female, I don't know. But, people get exhausted talking about abortion, so we don't have to talk about it anymore. But, if Hamas understood philosophy and they were able to secure a deal and take a knee, they should do it because that act of humility is what saves their people. I just hope there's like enough intelligence in their network or some magnanimous leader who can convince their people to disarm and have a new future and have it guaranteed in writing and publicized prior to the actual, so everybody knows they're not getting cheated. Because there are going to be a lot of complainers on this app who are saying, oh no, they never should have done this. They just destroyed their chance of having a homeland, of having their own country. Everybody is such a pessimist on this app. All they do is come on here and just say the nastiest, snarkiest, most gaslighting. Everybody's making an attempt to gaslight as much as possible all the time on this app. It's very sick and obnoxious and disgusting. Not you. I'm saying like even people like Pepe. To me, Pepe is like a repulsive person. The thing.
It's like professional wrestling. He's playing a character. That might not make it better, by the way.
But he just,
He's shining a light to the hypocrisy of a lot of things. And yeah, he's in character.
Everybody's in character, I guess, but I'm just saying if you want the world to be a better place, start with yourself. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's great, but Pepe's doing dissecting, social things. So, right, that's not about like start with yourself. He started with himself, and he's sure he's still on himself. And this is him being on himself. He's learning. He's very educated. And he's pretty just. Just because he blows off steam, I think that's part of the game of Clubhouse. But he does have a lot of weight. But I don't think I think it's a show he puts on. He's a frustrated member of civilization. Like many others. table doesn't want to stop their dialogue. Okay, you do.
Yeah.
So correct yourself. And then they equal cries to women of the West. This is a strategy. So sad. So much suffering. Imagine if they just left the chicks there with the red carpet and developed their region. How much more developed the Middle East would be now? We might have been twice this time. We might have been in 2030, 2040, 2050 now. Who's gonna answer for that? Who's gonna answer for that? Who's gonna answer for that?
God is aware of what's happening and what's in your hearts and what's going on to expand that. What you people wish on the Palestinian and wish that happens to you, i.e., you know, exactly. Accused. Schools are planned to have one of the highest cousin marriage rates. Wow, that's crazy. Irrational rage, right? Low IQ and irrational rage are the results of the cousin marriages, man. Well, on that stage, everything that they hold dear about how they think about justice is actually rooted in Judaism. Judaism brought to the world and created modern, respectful civilization, especially after the Roman Empire adopted Christianity, you know, which is a spin-off of Judaism. I mean, it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
It's been insane.
You know what I think is weird about the whole thing? I don't know if you guys have considered this before. But if they're getting genocided, if they're starving to death, why wouldn't they just release the 40 or 30 living people and the 20 dead bodies that they're holding on to and be like, all right, we're done?
Because they're more morally grandstanding.
Well, they're not
They
starving.
think they're.
No, so
They
they're
think
not
they're.
actually starving? Is that what you're saying? They're not actually
No,
starving?
they're not actually. I mean,
They're not being genocided either.
no.
That's insane, bro. They must all be looking left and right, thinking, "Holy shit, where am I? What can I do? Nothing."
Yeah, but we asked resistance to pull up a video of it or any evidence.
Because they can't say anything. They can't say anything.
No, it took 20 minutes to find a man being pushed, a man or a woman being pushed in a wheelchair, but everybody that was pushing them and surrounding them, they were fat.
I saw a new video today of a fat man. He's a big fatty. I could put it in the chat. I'll put the link in the chat.
And this is history. This is the identities. The first said everything was Persians. Persians did everything in that time of history. Arabs, Turks didn't do so much, did they? But there's greatness and genius and
The chat of the fat guy complaining about having to walk a far distance.
You know, Pepe earlier said, you know, that if I died and Issa died, that, you know, no one would notice, no one would care, everything would just continue going. See, I think that type of attitude, you know, is like reflective of somebody who has like is despondent and in despair or not courageous. So, you know, part of like my art project, my, you know, I like Clownhouse in the sense that like I've created this third party network of YouTube videos of all these people on this app. Because in a way, you are not you, you are everyone you interact with and communicate with. So to me, I've like mirrored all my activity on this app, you know, so I'm not me, I'm you in a way.
All communication is projection. So if somebody says you're gonna die alone, that means they're afraid that they're gonna die alone. If somebody says you're a piece of shit, that means that they're afraid that they're a piece of shit. If somebody says you're ugly, that means they're afraid that they're ugly. If they see what a bald, shiny bald head, they're afraid of the day that they themselves will once be bald. And that's as simple as that.
Yeah.
So what did Pepe lose his mind? Did you and Issa go crazy and what happened?
No, just I was just project on this app. I'm
How long have you been doing it?
since 2020, so 5 years.
I'm a little paranoid that I might be called out on that because obviously I live in the UK and we have no free speech. But whatever.
No.
Somebody would have to go digging.
No one's gonna dig through 60,000 videos.
Is it 60,000?
I think if you add up all the YouTubes and all the Instagram accounts, it's somewhere close to like, you know, probably 40,000 videos.
Yeah, I just used AI to sort through them and get all the incriminating stuff on the people I don't like on this app.
AI is pretty amazing. I've been asking Grok to do a comparative analysis on voting record and open secrets lobbying records, and it's amazing. But it can like cross compare, you know, whatever is in Google and do like a you know comparative analysis and do matching. So it's like really a huge. And what's amazing about X is because you can integrate it into your profile, it's like immediate deployment of, you know, content and propaganda or, you know, counter argument information. So it's amazing how by having it in the platform and how you can tag people, like X is really a different type of platform compared to Facebook or Instagram. It's like it's more it's faster and more easily accessible as opposed to other platforms. X is very dynamic now. I mean, it's I think valued at
Do you
150.
make it talk to you in Ebonics?
No, I don't do that. I can come to Clownhouse to listen to Ebonics.
That's a possibility.
I can come to Clownhouse and listen to Ebonics any day of the week, any hour of the week. This is a Ebonic colonic. This app is an Ebonic colonic. But what I'd like to do is get back to reading books because if I just read the Tanya for a couple minutes, I realize how much time I'm wasting here and listening to all these conversations. So I really do want to like stop the recordings and get back to like recording books so I can, you know, thrive and prosper and survive because just listening to people have random conversations, you know, it's not programmatic, it's not intelligent, and it's I think it creates brain rot. So I would, as a warning, I would encourage everyone here to spend like maybe 10 minutes reading a book on this app as opposed to spending countless hours having random meaningless, you know, and when I say meaningless, I mean that like the conversations are one word at a time. It's not like sitting in a classroom and getting a lecture and a direct transmission of information. You are not doing information like downloading. You're like nothing is happening here. I mean, and I think that's why to me it makes interesting content to film, but nonetheless, I know that it's not a good usage of my time. That's all I'm saying. Or I've maxed out the recordings.
The one I got better at not getting triggered when people say stupid shit. The other day, I was with somebody, I won't elaborate, it was somebody who I don't know very well. They said something incredibly stupid, I won't elaborate, it doesn't really matter. But they said something that was very stupid, and in the past I would. Very stupid. And that was it. And I was actually proud of myself because walking away from that interaction, I thought, yeah, I didn't need to respond to that. That was stupid. If I had responded, I would have taken the bait, and then I would have been the stupid one. I would have become a self-roaster. And so I just kind of said, oh, that's interesting. And I don't think that I would have had that muscle. I didn't have that, really, that emotional capacity to do that. 5 or 10 years ago, I definitely didn't. I wasn't strong enough to do that.
Hey, Zach,
I'm just joking. I love just joking.
it's okay. I just want to contribute though. Contribute because I've heard some I guess unfortunate things during this room here. So I think that what's going on both sides of this conflict is very unfortunate. Um, I'm honestly not sure if the claims of the Gazans being starved is true or not, but I think it's hard to deny that people, like, not even on just like one side, like I'm not even saying like the Palestinians are starving or the Israelis are like trying to be like one side here. I'm just trying to say I think both sides here are suffering, and I think it's not harmful to um, your personal narrative or whatever. If people just acknowledge, that I think that it could be true at the same time that what Hamas is doing by not returning their hostages is harming their people. Wait, can you hear me? I have a red bar. Anyway, I just want to say, well, I think it could also, I think it's also can also be true. Israel could be suffering from scope creep because even people in government haven't saying like, hey, we've been going too far. Like, this is only just prolonging the suffering for both of us. Like there's generals, journalists, politicians who've been noticing this too, and you hear some complaining. I think
If they're starving, it's because Hamas steals the day. Workers who puts in direct partnership with Palestinians in Gaza and saying on camera, hey, it's very underground. As many people down with them when they do suicide. When they kill themselves, they want to take as many people as possible with them. And if it's possible to blame the West, blame Christians, blame the Jews, they will go for it. Because Muslims say themselves their biggest weapon is, unlike Christians and Jews, because we prioritize life. Muslims say that they prioritize paradise, that this life is not worth living for, and that they will be rewarded in the afterlife if they die a martyr for Allah. So I'm not falling for that. I know a lot of Catholics fall for that, but I'm not falling for that. And I notice this trend with a lot of Christians as well, following for the propaganda of Hamas, and that's very concerning. Because Hamas
I'm not falling for any Hamas propaganda.
no, not you personally, but collectively,
Okay.
the Catholic Church has been not supporting the Jewish people as much as they should. Like back in the day, Catholics used to fight crusades against Islam. Now they are enabling. The thing is, Catholics hate Israel. They hate Israel.
Well, that's cool, but I also just want to call out Julian.
That's not true.
Hey, Julian, I just want to call you out and say you support murder, and you may have a cognitive distortion disorder. Are you serious? You love Mangione Boy. You support Mangione for murdering that healthcare executive, the CEO at United Healthcare.
Mangione, Julian, is this true, Julian?
That's a different subject.
That's very stupid, Julian. I heard somebody the other day said we need the Luigi mindset when it comes to gossip. What do you think that means, Dr. Julian? What do you think the Luigi mindset when it comes to gossip means?
I have no clue.
I think we need to have the Luigi mindset when it comes to Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, Julian, don't come in here and lecture anybody. You literally support someone that murdered somebody in the streets. So until you can justify your belief with regards to Mangione, everything you say to me is illegitimate. And I don't respect you. I hate to break that to you, young man, but I do not respect you.
Can you be a little less sort of judgmental? Norm, by the way, you live in New York, right? Yeah, much of the time, some of the time. So, like, aren't you very concerned with that Mohammed Mondani person? Yeah. Because to me, it looks like he'll turn New York the way that Pakistani Sadiq Khan turned London into a caliphate. And this Mondani person, he's a Shia, 12 Imamer. They believe
He's not Shia.
Islamist. He is Shia. He is Shia.
He's Shiite.
Which is insane. Oh my god.
You're saying he's not a Shiite? Is that what you're saying? Julian?
Adjective. Well, I heard multiple things around him. I heard he's like Sufi or like Shiite or whatever. But yeah.
So, Julian, just to clarify, you understand that Shia and Shiite are the same thing? A Shiite is a follower of Shia Islam. The two types are not Shia and Shiite. The two types are Shia and Sunniite. I don't know if they use that term, Sunniite. Sunni and Shia. And Norm, of course, you know the difference between the Sunni and the Shia. Yes. The Sunni have a very Sunni disposition, while the Shia are totally full of Shia.
And the Shia as well as Sunnis also waiting for them, but it's more of a Shia belief system. They are waiting for this guy called Imam al-Mahdi, which they believe is this Islamic end-time savior. And these Muslims believe in order to be will emerge and bring and establish world peace by enforcing Sharia law. Like, this is the Iranian regime that is exporting global chaos because they believe that will usher in the end times. Julian is saying in the comment section he is a Shia Muslim and identifies with the 12 group branch. Like, this is very, very concerning. This Mohammed Mondani type. Because this Shia belief system thinks in order to bring their Mahdi, their Messiah, they need to spread global chaos. That's what the Iranian regime is doing. And then he's also waiting for the Mahdi. Julian, do you support Mohammed Zohran Mamdani as New York mayor?
Well, I'm actually in New York City, and I didn't vote for him though.
Like, would you say if he becomes mayor, that will be an improvement, or do you think New York will become the London, like Muslim mayor, London type of city?
Well, I don't support his policies expensive, and yeah, I do think that some of his labor policies are pretty decent. I mean, I just generally don't support him, but I do think he has some good. I don't think he's gonna start it.
That was full on Takia. He is spread Muslim definitely two-faced, having a double agenda. Because one was the face of New York, basically prioritizing them. Like that is like incompatible with LGBT rights. Like look at wasn't there this full Muslim city council somewhere in Detroit or Michigan or Minneapolis, and then the Democratic, so a liberal or moderate, whatever, city council full of Muslims, when they took power, they targeted the LGBT community. They banned LGBT people. That was Sharia law. No, and even I know a lot of LGBT people support him, which I don't understand, because there's other options in that miracle, learning the hard way, learning the hard lesson, like the people in London did. The people in London only started to open their eyes once a Pakistani radical Muslim became mayor. I'm not sure if you know the situation in London with that Muslim mayor. Julian, what is your take on this? Is it a conspiracy? Is it racist? Do you think it's not going to be that?
I mean, I don't think it's racist. I think it's since what we're seeing in London, I think it's fair to have reservations about the mayor having given priority to people of his religion. So I don't think it's racist at all. I just wonder if Mom Donnie is like that. Like I said, I don't support Mom Donnie's policies. I think they're generally kind of dumb. But I don't think Mom Donnie is heavily Muslim. So I just hope, I guess, that he isn't, I forgot the London, whatever his name is. I just Sadiq Khan.
As a mayor, he did everything, preventing everything from police force doing their job and making sure the streets are safe. Especially because London is a very dangerous city, a lot of stabbing and a lot of sexual violence against women, LGBT and Jews. And I think when Mohammed Mondani becomes mayor, that will be a reality in New York City too. Because he will be pumping all the hotels full with Muslim migrants. Mondani is not dangerous. I know there's a Muslim mayor. I make me feel like I'm in England. I don't feel like I'm some kind of I don't really have any objection to Muslim people, really. But I don't feel part of London. I like Shoreditch. Chelsea. See. I love it hung out. So, I mean, those are where I usually stay. And I stay in the Cotswolds. I love, forget what it's called. The nickname is Tippy. Anyway, I stay in Cotswolds. I stay in Shoreditch. It's pretty. Shoreditch is fun. But, London is a huge, huge municipality city. And there are parts of London where there is really, a lot of crime, a lot of stabbing. There's a lot of drill rap gangs. East End of London. So, East Ham. Yeah, because the south of London, that's not a nice place. against Muslim extremism was like first generation. Then first generation Muslim migrants in the Netherlands, they came to work. And then the second generation and then the third generation felt like they were not part of the country and they had this nostalgia about Muslim countries, and then they started to radicalize and he spoke sort of out against Muslim radicalization. And he ruled as a mayor for like 2 terms, while the majority of the people in his city voted for the local right-wing party. So then you would think, oh, if the local right-wing party is the biggest in the municipality elections, then they deliver a mayor, but that's not the system.
Soul Food at least eats greens, okay? This is from every bite being wrapped in a tortilla. I love tortillas, but you can't be wrapping all your food in it.
Respectfully, Miss, wait, hold on. Respectfully, Miss Shirley, soon to be Mayhem. I listen. I feel very strongly at Soul Food is a movie that actually embodied a certain type of culture. I'm not specifically speaking to the actual food. Does that make sense?
Yes, Adam, but I'm fine.
Mine too, and my family was definitely not overweight. It's one of those things, moderation. Have you ever heard of the turkey trot?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like a 5K run. My dad and I used to do that before Thanksgiving dinner. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, people don't have a healthy attitude towards fitness in a way that is acceptable in light of the expenditures that America is spending on fatness.
Adam, I'm gonna, my comment to this is, back when I ate soul food, once a week I had fried chicken, chicken fried steak, but these were regulars. There was a potato on the table every day, whether it was mashed or fried. But here's the deal. Now, people are eating food with preservatives, and I solely and absolutely believe that the chemicals, the natural flavors, they're not telling you what they are, that is behind most obesity in this country. And it used to, when I was in high school, there were 2 girls in the school that were overweight, and they were eating Doritos, and the rest of us were eating that soul food, but we were not eating preservatives. I'm convinced that that's a major part. It's not just soul food.
Yeah, so I'm refusing to believe that, and this is what I'm saying, Shirley. It's kind of one of those things where people have access to the same inventory and the same food source, and these same people, based on different activities, are not necessarily burdened in the same way of having effective overweight. Like I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry. Like it's one of those things. Like I grew up in a house where like my sister's overweight, like very much so overweight. We grew up eating the same damn food.
Well, to your point, I was at the table and I didn't eat the biscuits, and my brothers ate the biscuits. Okay, I got you.
And for the record, Shirley, I would eat your biscuit.
That's why you're one of my favorites, because you talk sassy to me. Just saying. It's kind of fun when you're like the grandmother and somebody treats you like you might be attractive. I mic up on that.
Oh, Miss Shirley, you're gonna have some competition. Come on, just enter the room.
Listen, my husband's gonna live to be 100, and Mojo needs a wife. But I adore him.
Yeah, well, welcome to the room, Monica. The most attractive, the most intelligent, the kindest, the classiest woman on all of Clubhouse. Welcome to the room, Monica.
Hey, I have a quick question because I remember me and Adams did some of the room like this a couple months ago. So apparently guess that room's known for its degeneracy, right? So I'm trying to understand that, especially with what went down last night. I guess I don't know if there was other things that went on, but where do cats get off in thinking that it's okay that it's okay for an individual threatens to do bodily harm with them, and then that person that retaliates that way is somehow right the bad guy. I'm trying to understand where in what world is that fucking acceptable. But that shit goes on.
Can you give us a more specific example?
So basically, what I'm saying is that last night there's this cat in there, and there's multiple cats that do this shit. So I go up in there and just have regular conversations, or at least try to. So when I was up in there was a guy named Jacobus, and this same individual said he was going to come on my mother or something like that, or do some basically threatened sexual assault. And I said, listen, if you pull something like that, you're gonna get your head blown off, right? And then, all other people up in the room found what I said to be appalling, but don't find what he says to be appalling in that same back and forth. The thing is that, these people, I don't understand where their mindset is at.
They're probably Muslims. Go ahead.
Well, could be, but I just know that that's what goes on in that fucking room, right? Shit like that goes on in that room constantly. For whatever reason, the mods they listen to the shit, but then think that when I say this shit, or if someone else hears something like that is said to them, and they say the same shit, they attack those particular people, but don't get on the people that say that kind of shit.
This happens when we would bring him to the stage. He would double down and acknowledge that yes, he said that, and that he still feels that way. So there's definitely a desire amongst some of these people. They're very rapey. The question is why do the mods condone rape? But then if you say that you're going to do something to the rapist, then all of a sudden that's where they draw the line. Basically.
Yeah, no, it is funny because I saw this room title because I was already thinking about doing a room like that to ask, why does chillism condone sexually degenerate behavior like that? And I'm not even talking about being homosexual or anything like that, but just that kind of behavior, of course, amongst other things that you guys are speaking on in this room. Like that room is just, I don't know, man. It's like it's a lot of weird shit, and I don't understand with Nathan. Like how he doesn't understand how detrimental that can be to him and to people up in that room. You know what I'm saying? Because things can get real, over a fucking audio app or the internet in general. I'm not saying that I'm going to actually go up and do something, but I'm just saying shit like that is the reason why there's problems in this country. Because of stupid shit like that.
Yeah, well, stuff can transfer from the app off the app, and the people that are creating an environment for that, I think that they want that. I think that might even be their goal. Why else would it be that in those rooms they would allow, they'll allow people to shout the N-word over and over and over again, and that's a word that can trigger some people to pull up, and for them to allow that, they do have rules. It's funny, you can't call somebody a bitch in that room, but you can call them the N-word. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, you can't call a woman a bitch unless you're another woman or a homosexual. I mean, you're a heterosexual man, you can't. Yeah, right about that.
I think the strangest thing, though, is their tolerance for allowing people to speak over each other. I mean, you can't even have a conversation, and then for somebody like John here that streams this stuff to a much larger audience on a much bigger app, that people talking over each other is minimized.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, definitely. I mean, that is definitely something that, like when you're having a constructive conversation, people are speaking on the devil, and my thing is that happens, and, if that's an issue, then that's some of these people in that room are kind of mentally ill. You know what I'm saying? Because ultimately it just, like you just don't, like, I mean, my thing is, you want to have a one-on-one with that individual. That's one thing. But if you sit up here and try to threaten pretty much sexual assault on somebody, family member, like that's crossing the fucking line that you're not supposed to cross. Like. But I guess, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's the audio app, but I don't know. I just find that to be ironic. And I find it ironic that this room is made because I guess there's some other shit going on in that room that other people are starting to observe. So, yeah, sad to say that.
Yeah, well, let's talk to Monica. What do you got to say, Queen?
I think that the house rules of Clubhouse White chillism is unique. There's very few houses that I know of have at least a few rules that may mostly consistent and consistent across whoever mods those spaces too. And the joke about men not being allowed to call women bitches unless they're homosexuals. It's because men default to the word bitch for women so often that it's like a cognitive dissonance IQ test to see what other names they can call women aside from bitch. And then they get good for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and then they get right. This species, well, the theory is it's a mostly free-ish speech space, and Nathan and knowledge allow it. And then so then you get to choose, right? Can you tolerate naughty worse things than calling women bitches and cunts? I think threatening to dox people on the app, that's a shitty thing to do. I think threats of violence that I hear very often from the man who's allowed intelligent and white belts who has a lot to criticize about white belt intelligence just now, that's a lot. But, to each his own.
Yeah. Well, what about the lack of moderation when you have the stupidest people on the app that go into a 45-minute debate about Hegel, for example, and neither of them have even read Hegel. Like guys like Concrete and Ike that don't read source material hold a debate. Basically, they're speaking like 10-year-old kids, and the moderators just sit back and allow this sound wall to take place with no moderation whatsoever. And then when somebody with an ounce of common sense gets on the stage to expose that neither of them, and they both admitted this, by the way, that neither of them have ever read Hegel. Yet they decided to have a 45-minute debate. Why would anybody want to moderate something like that and allow people that have never read the source material to just go off for 45 minutes? Why would that happen?
Because they have the power to do so. It's white belt intelligence. Just like you have the power to mod this room as you wish, you're the king of your castle in the muff. And
You're the queen, respectfully.
Not really. But we did have a conversation about, okay, so people who create rooms get control of the rooms. And it's interesting to me how many people have a problem with the room when they have so much power themselves. They can object to the room. They can throw a temper tantrum in the chat, and you know as well as I do, they've got some chat warriors in here or thumb and finger fussing all over your rooms. And then they can leave quietly. I don't think, based on all the A rooms I've ever been in, that Chillism White Belt is the most egregious when it comes to the crap that gets thrown on Clubhouse. It's an audio app. People have been very cruel on this audio app.
So Monica, let me ask you this: if you were queen for a day and you were to moderate a space and there's people of diverse backgrounds, like what would your rule be about if somebody repeatedly, not just squeezing it in poetically, but repeatedly using the N-word and directing it towards people that are in the room? How would you feel about that?
If I create the room, Roger, it doesn't happen because as you called me quite correctly on it, what is it? What did Roland Fryer say? I have a talent for encouraging civil discussion. And if I don't get the civil discussion, like Andrew and that other guy tried to troll, it's the room creator, I think, that has control over the quality of the room.
Sure. And so in a room where you're critiquing the moderation of another room, do you think it's fair for me to critique people that would allow people on the stage that literally just interrupt people by calling them the N-word? Do you think that the quote unquote defenders of free speech over there are in the right, or do you think that I might have a point that's pretty irresponsible?
I don't. The code of conduct in white belts and chillism is we don't allow doxing or credible threats of violence. So
what about calling someone an N-word? You realize that could lead to real world violence, correct?
I've been called the N-word in white belts and chillism.
But you think that if you had the ability to amend their rules, would you like for example, nobody can say that word in here. If they do, they get removed immediately. And matter of fact, no matter who does it. In fact, even people that they claim, even people that claim that I've taken this word back. Like we have a zero tolerance policy on people saying it, whether it's an attack or okay. And so I'm asking you, if you had your preference, would you rather be in a room where that kind of language is not allowed, or where that kind of language is allowed?
When I have my rooms that I have control over, I don't allow it.
And do you prefer to be in rooms where it's allowed or disallowed?
Well, so you remember Lenny Bruce? Didn't we have this discussion before with about Lenny Bruce?
I like Lenny Bruce, and I like the fact.
You know where I'm going with that?
I like the fact that you can push the envelopes of free speech. I think I do it as much as anybody on this app.
I think that's fair.
That being said, even me, who believes I'm not a free speech absolutist, because I do believe that there's slander and somebody like myself that grew up in an area that had many black people. I know that saying that word is a fighting word, because where I come from, if people are saying, especially if they're saying it to people they don't know, that's not just going to be a fight, that's going to be an ass whooping. And so it's either people that have never been in a fist fight that don't understand real world consequences for these types of things, or it's people that do and they want the violence. And so I guess my question again would be, in particular to that word, do you think it would be a good idea to just set a rule that we're not going to say that?
Roger, I'm so puzzled by this conversation, and I'm not being facetious or sarcastic or anything, I promise you. Like, how can I control the ugliness?
I'm not asking you to control it. I'm asking you to control yourself. You have freedom of association, and there are rooms on this app where people are allowed to say it, and rooms on this app where people are not allowed to say that. My question is, why did you choose to associate with the people?
It's worse than human trafficking on Craigslist. I don't believe the word.
No disagreement there. There are worse things than saying those words. That being said, it's a social audio app, and the likelihood of somebody getting raped on the stage is actually on the stage, it's impossible. The likelihood of people saying something that could lead to real world violence, that's highly more likely. And when you start looking at, like, if I were to make a list of 10 things that people could say that would cause real world violence, I would just say that on my list, that word would be included in the top 10 things that would be most likely to lead.
I just have trouble believing that words are violence. Words can be ugly.
I don't believe words are violence. But more importantly, if you're trying to send an invite out to the world to say, hey, here's a place where people can get, maybe it's a good idea to make sure that you don't turn people off right at the get-go by allowing the type of language that derails a conversation. And that would be one of the terms that I think does precisely that.
Which is why you're clever enough not to have it allowed in your rooms. Good talk.
Amazing. Okay. You would say you're standing on your square. So there's that.
Disappointed in you that too. All right, have a great room.
Wait, Monica, let me ask you a question. I mean, Roger's asking you some pretty simple questions that could just be answered with a simple yes or no. Like, okay, never mind.
Lourdes, you're one of the other anarchists on the stage.
I'm confused what happened with the situation.
Oh, which situation? Oh, that's.
No, I mean there's a bunch of situations that happen, so I'm a little bit confused on what's the situation for this room.
Yeah. So the situation for this room was I created a room with this title, largely in response to the stupidity that happens in that other room. We could talk about the 45-minute debate about Hegel between two people that had never read Hegel. That was pretty idiotic. We could talk about the fact that there's no moderation and people are allowed to talk over each other, which makes it very difficult to hold a conversation. We could talk about Bima threatening to dox people. That was an interesting development. Or we could talk about a debate between people on Israel versus Hamas, and the moderator of the room put a poll up because he wanted support, and he lost the debate in his own room by 2/3 of a vote. It's just a collection of the dumbest people on the app, and then a sprinkling of very intelligent people, like Io, for example, will go in there. When Io goes in there, the average IQ jumps a couple points. What's your defense of the room?
I mean, I view it more like a. Do you know Jerry Springer?
No, I never heard of her.
No, that show. Jerry's show.
You mean the mayor of Cincinnati?
No. I forgot the name of the fucking show. It's that guy, that old guy that just. He's like that main guy, like he just has a bunch of people join up on the stage and just starts out talking shit, doing all the insane.
Oh yeah, Geraldo Rivera. Yeah.
I don't think it's that look either, but the point is, look, I am a free speech absolutist. Even when
what does that mean to you?
There's really no boundaries of what you could say and do.
Could you threaten someone?
You could, but the other person could do something back against it.
What do you think of defamation laws?
I don't know anything about it to really know. Just have an opinion on it.
So if I made a claim about you that wasn't true and people believed it and it harmed you let's say, you think people should be able to make up lies about people?
I mean, if they don't have any proof at the end of the day, then they're going to lose it.
Now, can we go back to this talk show host? Tell me more about him.
I mean, it's like an old show. I don't know. It's just like a really old show that this guy invites a bunch of random people. It's like I'm taking this with this other guy. Like it's a very chaotic show.
And it was called.
Let me look at it again.
Listen,
Jerry Springer.
Yeah. Wasn't he the mayor of Cincinnati?
I don't know. I don't know if who he is exactly or anything like that. All I know is this is a very chaotic, insane show.
Lord Nas, I don't know if you're aware of this, but he's Mojo knows who Jerry Springer is, dude. Can you not pick up on that?
I mean, you're expecting me to believe Mojo if I don't know him, so.
Lourdes, let me ask you this. Do you spend much time at Chillism?
Here and there. I'm usually just listening in.
Would you call yourself a regular there?
Not on the stage.
What do you prefer, Chillism or this Jerry Springer fellow?
Kills him. I mean, plus Jerry Springer. I mean, like, they stopped airing.
If it was still on the air, would you watch it regularly?
No.
Would you identify yourself as an anarchist?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Absolute freedom.
Absolute freedom. Oh, okay. So let's say if in an anarchist society, let's say if we were to transition to that tomorrow, if somebody was murdered, who do you call in the case of a murder?
Nobody. You deal with it yourself.
So somebody gets murdered and you call no one?
No, you don't.
So how does the murderer get caught?
They don't.
So you're free to murder people?
I mean, you're free to do a lot of things. You're free to buy any fraudulent weapons. You can create your own farm technology, corporation, control that territory. It's a free for all. You're able to do whatever you want without any form of restriction, and
including killing people.
Again, it's the ideology world of the true literal free for all. Do whatever you want to do, live the life that you want to live.
Now, okay. Alright, so hold on. I wanna like let's try to make this real. Let's say you have a loved one. I don't wanna say mom, dad, sister, brother, or whatever, but you picture the loved one. And let's say something terrible happened to them and they were assaulted. What is the recourse when that happens?
And I could probably do something about it. If there's any forms of evidence I could find on the corpse.
Trying to say, what if you weren't there and you don't know who did it? Wouldn't it be nice to call someone that can investigate such a crime?
And let them do all the work. No, I'd rather go find the person myself.
So you were an investigator, no?
No, I'm just saying I'd rather do whatever it takes to find the person that fucked up one of my followers and friends.
Public to anarchy. How do you see that going down? How does that transition happen?
There's only two ways of going about this, either through a civil war, which is highly doubtful because either way it's going to be a two-sided civil war, or a World War III eventual civil war.
Yeah, so the only way to get to your preferred system of governance would be through a world war, a civil war, or a combination of the two.
Correct.
And this is your preference.
I mean, look, in the beginning it's going to be bad and all that, but hey, in the future it's perfect.
It's perfect, but you can't call someone to help you find a murderer?
Repeat what you said.
You said you wouldn't be able to call anyone.
You could do it yourself. You can hack into security
Lourdes,
cameras.
Can I ask you a question? I just want to know what, I like the expression, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, implying that everything is perfect just the way it is. What makes you think that you're 100% sure that, your better option is truly just not ridiculous? Because if everything is already perfect, why do you think your new, your ideas are better than what's already happening?
Because people still have problems with your ideas or belief system. And if, let's say, people chose to leave this country, right, where would they go specifically, right? We don't have the technology for space travel, so we're not able to go to other planets to create this type of land that anyone could create their other ideologies.
Wait, can you hold on one second? I want to do another quick diagnostic here. I like to do this in a lot of Mojo's rooms. What is 100 times 1,000, Lord Nas? Again, the question is, what is 100 times 1,000? Thank you.
that's fair.
So again, the question, Lord Nas, is what is 100 times 1,000? Can you give us that mental calculation if you can? 100 times 1,000. Can you do that in your head? Because anyways, can you do that, Lord Nas? Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, what's 100 times 1,000?
What's up there? I go.
What'd you say?
You got an echo?
Okay, so, I like to point out to people in Clown House that if you've never realized, what a fishing net is, and what a fisherman is, and what fish are, and what a spider is, and what a spider web is, and what a fly is, you have to figure out sooner or later who you are, where you are on this food chain cycle, and why you're on this app having endless conversations with people, who can't even tell you what 100 times 1,000 is. It's just a quick diagnostic.
What's up with the echo? John.
Are you echoing over there? I'm sorry, I'm not echoing over here.
I'm just confused what's up with the echo. John, like 2 phones.
Lawrence, have you seen the movie The Purge?
Yeah.
So what do you think of that movie? I mean, it's one of my favorites. I do enjoy the franchise, but it is a little frightening. So what if our government decided to sanction something similar, where there's a period of, once a year, all criminal activity, including murder, robbery, et cetera, kidnapping and rape were legal? I mean, that's your ideal future, or would you be down?
It's not going to be like that. I mean, in the beginning, the very, very beginning, it's going to be like that. But over time, people are not going to be killing each other nonstop every fucking day or second or all that. Now, you're going to have disputes. You're going to have problems on land or territory. Different ideologies having conflicts amongst other ideologies. Obviously, it's going to happen. But in the very beginning of this ideology, yes, it's going to be like the purge. But over time, it's not going to be like that.
Well, why are you so convinced that the murder? I mean, this is a nation of wildlings, right? Why are you convinced? Why do you think that over time the murders will go? If in the beginning, folks get away with robbery, murder, rape, kidnapping kids, etc., and there's no one to check them, no law and order, just
Medical, then, I guess it would be like a band of cannibals then. I mean, at that point, yeah, those people wouldn't really stop at all. But
Lord Nas, was the French Revolution anarchy in action? Do you think the French Revolution was anarchy in action? What do you think?
Wait, let me answer NY's question first. So, I mean, there could be some people that could stop, let's say, like a band of cannibals. It could be. Either if they really want to do something about it, or they're paid to do it.
I don't know if you saw the series The Purge, but there's the Purge bus, the blue bus. There's a church a couple blocks away from me. They have about a dozen blue buses. I call them the Purge buses. I'm convinced that the Purge, ground zero of the Purge, is going to start at this church because
We got a new poll
John,
up.
what's your
Lord, we got a new poll up. You might like one of the choices.
which is what? Right now?
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Exhibit A of Chillism Regulars.
So I was in Chillism earlier. Go
May I
ahead.
ask a question? I know I will regret it because
Paula, you may ask a question. Go ahead.
Lourdes, are you basing your thoughts on Mikhail Bakunin, or is that something that you concocted yourself?
He's downloading the app.
All right, this is new. All right, let's see.
So before he answers that and answers the survey question, Mojo, I announced to the Chillism room earlier today that tomorrow we will be live streaming them and providing, live play-by-play feedback and doing analysis of them live. So I'm hoping that by trying to organize the community organizers, we'll actually get them to stand at attention and do some, maybe thought-provoking conversations. They'll be more academic, they'll be more professional. And so I hope, our ANON surveillance program will actually bring some personal responsibility.
Anon surveillance style that we're going to aim for is going to allow us to take the best and worst of Clubhouse, play the clips here live, and then have a discussion about what they're talking about. I think moving forward, tomorrow we have a brand new, brave new world of Clubhouse. It'll be a new style of content, and I hope everybody's here to enjoy it. Thank you.
Can also add with that too. I mean, it's good in a way of getting people to share their viewpoints instead of hiding in echo chambers and enclosed.
Could you please answer my question now? I mean, do you know?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. I wasn't here. I was updating that. So go ahead.
Yeah. Who is? Do you know who is Mikhail Bakunin? And
No.
you base your thoughts. Okay.
So he's never read Proudhon, he's never read Bakunin, he's never read Spooner.
If you haven't read any of this stuff, I mean, this is my question.
So I asked ChatGPT what would be a specific ideology name for all of the things I've listed in a list of what I look for in a specific ideology. And it gave me the name that I really put in the chat.
What you're seeing is absolutely nothing. I mean, it's not the theory that Bakunin proposed for anarchy, which was basically written at the same time as Marx and Engels when they wrote to the Capital and the Manifesto. I hope you know who Marx and Engels are, or not. I'm asking. No, okay, perfect. I rest my case, Mojo. I think I go.
Thank you for bringing clarity to this. But no, I think you get it. But you have to understand, like Lordness he's not even the worst of these offenders. At least he's standing up here and saying, hey, this is what I believe. It's not based on anything he's ever read, but we shouldn't be talking about Ike and Concrete that had a 45-minute debate about Hegel. Come to find out, neither of them had ever read Hegel. And then when they got drugged for that, their response to that is that you can be an expert in a subject without reading it. You just need third-party information. That was their claim.
So talking about the ethical state of Hegel, it's like, probably it's something nobody in Chilism have.
Our society has collapsed. That would be my guess of why he goes in there. So there are some intelligent people that pop up in there. My queen, Monica, she goes in there. And then Brad goes in there and yells at people sometimes. I think Adams has even gone in there to yell at them from time to time. But this is look, I never claimed that we have the smartest people on the app in here, and certainly we don't have the smartest people in society in this room. That is never going to be my claim. We have what we have, right? For fuck's sake, we have Brent on the stage, right? For what it's worth. But what I will say is that they have found it's like the Pied Piper. They are leading all of the dumbest people to that room. Doesn't mean that the whole room is dumb. It just means that
Exactly. That's the mind virus. And let's say, their show was put on Netflix. It would create a mind virus, and they would be the cause celebre. They would be you see how communication works? And the irony is they would be celebrated and compensated for being stupid. That's the Pied Piper. I mean, that is the downfall. It's the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, Lord, are you shocked that in this poll with 16 responses that you're the only one that would choose anarchy over authoritarianism, constitutional monarchianism that has twice the amount of votes as anarchy?
Not really. I mean, either way, it's not a big deal to me.
Can you go back to explain, because there's some new people here. Can you go back to the part where you were saying that if somebody murdered somebody, that would be that there's nobody for you to call and nothing could be done?
I mean, the ideology of the system, it's absolute free for all. You're able to do whatever you want with how many pharmacies are restrictions or regulations.
You do realize that's not what a single philosopher of anarchy believes. Not the anarcho-communists, the anarcho-capitalists. None of them believe what you're saying. My question is, where did your ideology come from? What was your influence?
Thinking about a specific ideology that would solve every form of group and individuals' problems.
Just to go back with what Roger said, anarchy as a political philosophy, what you're talking about is a destruction of hierarchical structure, destruction of the state structure, but what they're still believing in is local control, associations, etc. There is nowhere, at least in historical anarchy, that you would have had what you're talking about.
Obviously, because it hasn't happened yet.
But nobody thought that should be what occurs. Just pure state of nature where it's a free for all and you can just murder anybody. Nobody thinks. Nobody conceptually thought, hey, that's what we should go for. It was more, we don't think about centralized state control. We think it should structure was there. That's always been a problem with anarchism, but nobody thought what you're saying besides you.
I mean, that's fine. I'm not trying to be like everyone else, just be a follower and shit. I don't know, with your ideals from what I'm getting from you, it sounds like a Star Trek hypothetical ideology, which honestly is unrealistic in comparison to what I'm saying, from my perspective.
Each his own, and people can call what they believe is political philosophy, whatever they want to call it. I'm just pointing out that what you're saying is anarchy has no real connection to the historical kind of intellectual strengths of the anarchist movement.
So, I mean, is this just a book club? Honestly, is life best lived? This is my favorite book.
I'll start. My favorite book, it's a simple one. It's called The Four Agreements. It's a good book. It's a short read. And I think if people read it and tried their best to live by it, the world would be a better place. Next.
I'll go next. My favorite book is The Biggest Secret by David Icke. It opened me up to a lot more of my other favorite books, but I think people read that book over, man. They get a good insight on.
Okay, sorry.
I'm just going to PTR order as I see it. Actually, maybe let's go. Some people might be away. Paula, go ahead.
I would say that it's a toss-up for me with Candide by Voltaire and On Human Nature by David Hume.
Very nice.
I would have to say either The Spook Who Sat by the Door or The Alchemist. But then again, I'm also really, really obsessed with the Game of Thrones book series.
Have you ever read the book Angry Black Woman's Guide to Life?
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
And, I haven't read it either, but it is currently the book that is sitting. I just think it's funny to have that book there.
You have a lot of black women as guests, I Roger. Okay, I see.
Yes.
I would say War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds, okay. All right. Interesting. Back when Clubhouse was in its heyday, there was a room, probably had like 2,500 people in it, and people were just going down the list doing this mention. But the one that comes up quite a bit is the Bible.
A lot of people say if you're only going to read one book, you should read the Bible. It gives you a lot. It gives you murder. It gives you mystery. It gives you code to live by if you choose to. I would recommend it.
But wait, I thought you viewed the Bible as like a book of fairy tales or something. What did you call it?
No, I call it Torah fan fiction, but I also believe that in this Torah fan fiction, there are good rules to live by. I like when Jesus was asked, how to get eternal life. He said that he didn't come to he didn't come to erase the laws of Moses. He came to fulfill them. And he said that the two greatest commandments are to love God and to love people. And if you do those two things, you will fulfill the law. So I really appreciate Jesus simplifying things, because in the Torah there are 613 rules. Christians don't do enough inventory of a list that long, so they shortened it to the 10 commandments. There's actually 613 commandments, but that's fine if you needed to make a top 10 list. And that was before David Letterman made top 10 lists popular. So shout out to the Christians for making a top 10 list.
Yeah, I wanted to say one of my favorite books in the Bible is Corinthians, and this is the verse from the 13th chapter. It says, "Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It is not rude. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails." If people on Clown House really had that type of attitude, this would not be a toxic habit.
I think an important one to read for Clubhouse, to just be prepared, would be 2 Kings chapter 2, where it talks about when Enoch, the prophet Elisha, and he prays for help from God. Two bears appear from the forest and they maul 47 children. I think that's probably more of an appropriate scripture for Clubhouse. Let's get back to Lourdes and this anarchy thing. Lourdes, you're an anarchist. What led you to this belief? Like, was it a book you read? Was it a podcast you heard? How did you go from watching the Cincinnati mayor Jerry Springer to being an anarchist?
It's not like that. But look, it's more of, at first I guess I was doing some type of simulation on a game called Stellaris. It's like an ideology type of game, a space ideology game. That you're testing out different types of ideologies and seeing how they progress and all that. Seeing it from like a very detailed perspective of different story arcs and all that. Just looking into like a full-on in-depth simulation of how a ideology could form and progress in a massive scale. And that's already, hold on.
Well, pardon me, but so you played a video game and you simulated a government structure where there is no government, and it was pure anarchy, and you came away with that that's just your new ideology.
No, like, somewhat, not fully. And then I went on to social audio apps, which was, my first app was Stereo. Not bad. Trying to help out Israelites and all that, seeing their different perspectives and all that, seeing what could help them out in this type of ideology. And then it just, like on Clubhouse, same thing. It just over time, I improved it in a way of fixing. It's just an ideology that would fix all the different groups and all that. Like, not fix them, but more of improve their groups and all that. Israelites, right? Hebrew Israelites, if they were to have their own form of territory and lands.
Hebrew Israelite? Wait, hold on.
Yeah, you don't know about Black Hebrew Israelites? Yes. Do you know that they're neither Hebrew or Israelites? But that's what they call themselves. Okay.
Yeah, but they're just a knockoff Jews.
Well, either way, the point is just. Well, learn this. You realize that that's just Scientology.
That's what they call themselves. That's what they call themselves.
I ain't call myself Superman, but
I mean, you can. No one's talking to you.
do you know any of them that actually speak Hebrew?
No. You don't speak either.
Isn't it weird to call yourself a Hebrew Israelite and not speak Hebrew?
I never asked them if they did.
I do. That's the difference. I do. I ask the important questions. I ask the Muslims if they support pedophilia, and I'll ask the Black Hebrew Israelites if they speak Hebrew.
I guess the point is the system where if all of these different groups and religions, corporations, they would have more control of land and territory, create their own forms of laws, regulations within their controlled territory. The neutral territory, obviously, it's a little bit more isolated, but beneficial in some way. Different forms of currency.
Like nobody really speaks people say about the ancient Hebrew. It's some scholars.
Is this ice cream?
Yes.
What that was scared that the people
30,000. Is this 30 ice cream?
I do. That's the point. This room is welcome to all of these people. You know the difference, I just figured out the difference between this and chillism is when the bad ideas come up in chillism, they like the bad idea is centered and here the bad ideas are interrogated and we try to get to some of this trophy ass questions like why and then we point out some of the problems that come along with these ideas. But you can't expect political dialogue in a place
was really good.
a lot of people dealing with, at least in here, if I were to say, hey John, do you want to have a debate about Kant? He's probably read it. Powell has probably read it. We can have a conversation about that. I'm no expert on Kant, but I have my thoughts. I have read some. I can have a limited conversation about Kant, but these guys are reading something that's far more dense, or they claim to, and then when called out on it, they acknowledge that they had never read it. Like Hegel's a tough read. I mean, I don't blame people for not getting through it. What I do fucking condemn is the people that haven't read it, that decide that they're an expert on it and want to have an argument.
Thirsty. And Brad was involved in the argument. It was actually a heated argument. It was like one of those joking shit. They were living in a heated argument for over 2 hours about fish being thirsty.
Okay, so moving forward, we won't have to open notes talking about what we heard in chillism. We'll actually allow you to listen.
Why you do that? Give me it.
You okay, Hakima? You alright?
I'm a papa. I ain't no like my son.
No, it's okay.
My son do all over the floor.
Oh, you're talking to him. I thought you were talking to a dog like that. That's why I talk to Bubba sometimes. You're all good. We didn't mean to pry into your personal life. So, in the future, thanks to our friend, future Congressman John Kitover, we are going to stream rooms such as chillism or politically correct and other rooms, healthy debates, for example. We will stream them into this room, and then we'll just have a conversation. We'll listen to a little bit. We'll say, hey, let's go peek in and see what's going on in chillism. And then we'll listen a little bit, and then once we've heard enough, we'll stop the stream, and then we'll have a conversation. I think this is going to be the best rooms that Clubhouse can do at this stage of the game. Christy, I'm not the one that condones recordings. Would I accept the purpose content from other rooms into this room and then create an elevated sense of content over here? That's the plan. John, do you want to talk a little more about that?
Yeah, going back to the title of this room, Anarchy, I believe that tomorrow will cause anarchy on this app. And it is because essentially we will be obliterating echo chambers. And so technically in communication, the reframe is very powerful. So tomorrow we are going to offer Clown House a fresh reframe. And I think you will witness total and absolute anarchy. And again, I am running for Congress, so I do believe this will be beneficial in drawing attention to my campaign. Particularly with regards to communication strategy and the lack of education, or really just how degraded and how much brain rot.
Excited, because here's the other thing. You can come to this room and not have to worry about missing out on what might be going on in another room, because we're going to bring you the best and the worst of what Clubhouse has to offer. And then we will offer our analysis and our critique. Some of us might say, hey, they made a really good point. That's probably unlikely to happen when we stream chillism in here. But I think it's going to give us a great opportunity to expand. I like the idea of sometimes maybe we'll just tap into hear what the Persians are saying. We won't understand a lick of what they're saying, but there's endless possibilities of this. And so I'm putting all of Clubhouse. This is a warning to you. We are going to be.
You gotta change the name of the house or do it in another house, like somebody Clubhouse or something.
No, because people prefer to be in the muff, and if they don't like being in the muff, they probably don't belong here.
Okay, I can't talk to kids being in the muff. I'm with you.
Even Brent likes being in the muff.
Again, you have to realize all communication.
I'm certainly in it more than you are.
All
Maybe so. You're married every day, like some of you whores.
Same reasons since I haven't joined Mojo. That, and as you observed the other day, I just like to hold on to pink, but
it's okay. I know why you killed the pink ticket, and I'm gonna hit the nail on the head here. You can deny it if you'd like, but you have some friends that are of a far lefty variety, and if they were to come and peek in this room and see you on as a member of the house, you can at least have some dignity by saying, I'm not a member, I was just there refuting.
But if you actually change the room, you had other rooms. Other houses where I was a fallen member, so I'm not sure that's entirely true.
So is it just the title of the room you don't like? The house?
100%.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll have a poll someday and we'll change the name of the house. I'm very partial to this, so I'm going to be voting for it. But
maybe hovering over the muff, circumventing the muff. I don't know, something more scientific.
What we.
Hey, Moose, how are you in the muff but don't want to join in the muff? Like that's hypocritical.
Stuff in real life.
Listen.
You're cutting out.
Tomorrow you are all
Sorry, I was just getting some more muff.
You are all going to witness tomorrow squealing, screaming, anger, absolute chaos, anarchy, and insanity. And, I have some experience with this on this app. I have been recording these rooms for quite a while. And when they know that I'm live streaming them, they have emotional meltdowns. But the fact that we will also be piping it in with the assistance of In the Muff, this is going to amplify the exposure tomorrow. So if you are available tomorrow at 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. or however long we go or whenever it starts, please join in the fun, invite people to the room, and we're going to need your participation. That means we need you to go to Politically Correct, to Chillism, and say, hey, they're live streaming your audio into another Clown House room. They're also putting it on YouTube, and they are critiquing what you're saying. We're not going to repeat what they say. We're pretty much going to be the contrarian to what they're saying, or not. But I hope tomorrow you all enjoy this incredible roast. Again, this is going to be a roast.
Well, I also would like to say that it gives an opportunity for the smart people with the good ideas to have their message amplified. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the instrument that causes people to have better conversations. I think it's going to be fun when people say, I don't consent. I don't consent to have it stream. You know, the thing that nullifies that is I don't even have to go into a room to listen to it. Now you can just go in the hallway and hover over a room without even entering the room. You could listen to it. So all of these ideas that people have about Rowan, because those are the ones that have come up with those ideas. And so the other thing I want to highly encourage people to do is to really maximize. They blow up the YouTube stream. It will drive traffic. People that have never been on Clubhouse will go, where is that happening? And then when they realize that, oh, there's this app called Clubhouse where there's a house called In the Muff where you don't even need to peruse that app. You can
listen to what's being said for so many minutes. Now, when I go into other people's houses, I do my best to censor my ideas and take my time and really think before I speak. In my own house, not so much, but now I have to be so very careful. I really, really hate this new feature.
Nice. You're talking about the feature like where you're seemingly in the hallway, you hover over one room, and then you hear like, I don't know, what is it, 30 seconds, a minute of conversation.
Exactly.
Or you can quickly just you to join the room. That's my lord, my kingdom for a goddamn. Okay, am I coming through better here?
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say what was deceiving about that, as per huge with Clubhouse, it says so you're hovering, thinking you're eavesdropping, or like, hey, I'm gonna listen for a little minute, or anything interesting, maybe I'll join, and it actually has the big blue button that says join room. I found out inadvertently. They're like, I don't know what room it was, but they're like, Moose, why do you keep going in and out of our room? Like, what are you talking about? And then I realized, even without hitting, if you go in the room, they see you in the room. Like, what? I mean, really, are these 14-year-olds that are coding this? It's absolutely wild. It's counterintuitive to a positive user experience.
Let's talk about the coding for a second. How it pertains to new features. They have this polling feature that's up above that hopefully you guys have all responded to by this point. If you do the math, it adds up to 102%. This is a quick fix. I could even fix it, and I'm not particularly good at programming. The other thing that's interesting is that it shows who voted for what. I think anonymous voting would be better. And then the final critique is that if I were to go and change the poll, it will kick me out of the room. I should be able to change the poll in the poll, do those types of things without being thrown from the room. There's a lot of work that they have. Hopefully you guys can get that kind of feedback to the founders.
Can I just say tomorrow I will be doing the heavy lifting and live streaming the room. So if everyone wants to share my video, but I would encourage you all to get a second cell phone and literally live stream or record what people are saying on this app. Don't be a victim of the spam on this app. Reverse the flow. Hopefully we can organize and monetize. But I think that if we are going to change America, this is actually could be a great butterfly effect platform to do that with. And if the founders of this app shut down what we're doing, well, it doesn't matter to me, because apparently you could just keep creating accounts. So even they are exhausted, I think, with all of the gossip and all of the reporting. And, Anonymous was a response to essentially take the responsibility off of them from people making recordings of what people like to complain about that are unrecorded rooms. So again, they deferred that liability and took that responsibility off of their plate. And it's creators who are creative that will generate social change. So I'm just saying time is very important and what we say matters. So hopefully, even, the term anarchy is going to breed a collective organization, that helps everybody. Utilitarian type of, raising of all ships. But I think tomorrow is going to be fun. I mean, this is basically the pre-party show.
Well, make sure you tap into that room full of rats led by Whack 100. That should be an interesting, chaotic conversation.
You could technically call the show Stirring the Pot, because that's what we will be doing, is stirring the pot.
Well, it definitely sounds like it's gonna be fun.
Maybe Angel, unless John happens to tune into a room where they're talking shit about him. That could go either way. It could be entertaining or, quite disturbing. John, how would you feel about that? I keep calling you John to your PTR. If you happen to tune into a room and the entire discussion is dragging you.
Yeah, that to me is when I really tickles my feather, because then I pull out a cell phone and I hit the short on YouTube and I create a 15-second to a 3-minute clip of them defaming me, libeling me, making death threats, etc. That's when it gets a lot of fun over here in the recording studio.
3 people in the room at the moment. Apparently 6 plus account. I think it's time for Clubhouse to go back to the monetizing board.
Well, if they're going to charge people, they should give them a feature that they actually asked for. In fact, if they were to listen to the people that have been on this app of what would make for good monetization, it would be easy to figure out. Fanbase actually had a pretty good system where you buy hearts, and then you basically buy a heart for a penny, and then when you give the heart to somebody, you like what they say, or you can give them multiple hearts at the same time. You can give 100 hearts, 1,000 hearts, 10,000 hearts. And then when you give them the heart, they get half of the value of that, and then the app keeps the other half. And so every heart costs a penny, and if you get a heart, you get a half a penny. So you have to get 2 hearts to make a penny. In that first room on Fanbase than I ever made here on Clubhouse. So that's something that does work.
$12.
No, I made on the first room I made over $60, and on the second room I made like $30-something. So combined, I've been on that app 3 times, and I made like just a hair over $100.
I don't know if anybody knows, who Kim Cutts is. Adams might know Kim Cutts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I joined Fanbase. I don't really go over there, but if she opens a room, I'll go listen to Kim Cutts. When I first joined Fanbase, I think I had about 1,000 hearts, and I'm down to maybe 100. I give all my hearts to Kim Cutts. What did you say, Adam?
I don't fuck with the ghetto.
I remember like Kim Cutts and what was the other one? Was it Honey Badger? That they would have these rooms on Clubhouse.
That's
why she cool. Like
I love her.
300-400 people in there, and I go in there. I'm like, all right, I just like, sociological experiment. Like, what is the attraction? And I just didn't get it. Like her Cash App thing is posted. Like, why are there 300 people in this room listening to? I mean, I'm not saying it was. I don't know, to each their own, I guess, at the end of the day. But I was trying to just understand what some influencers do to attract the folks that listen to them. Like, it's bizarre.
Hey, John, are you set up where we can test out this streaming feature now? Or do you need till tomorrow?
No, I have other accounts, but I won't jump into a room under anonymous. I'll just, if you want to hear a room to test the audio quality, we can do that.
Yeah, I want to see if we can test. Let's go peek into the 13 people that are in Chillos. That would be fun.
Wow, 13. They're actually over double digits.
Yes.
See, the great thing about this is I'm not the only one who has to be the person who can participate. If anybody here has another device and you got good audio quality, feel free to speak up. You know, this is a collective effort.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if somebody wants to like peruse the app and go, holy shit, you won't believe what they're talking about, boom, there's the content. Let's go ahead and tap in. We can crowdsource this bitch to make sure that anything that is good or anything that is comically bad, we can go ahead and bring it into this room, and then we get to talk about it. This is what the people want to listen to. They want to make sure they're not missing. That FOMO thing is real. The fear of missing out. You can't be here and there, but starting tomorrow, you will be able to be everywhere on this app, everywhere all at once.
Okay, let's do a quick little test here. So we are going to play.
I don't consent to being recorded.
Okay, this is Joker's Lounge. Songs to my Habibti. This is Ann is in this room.
Do we have an alliance or not?
There's no alliance. This is free for all.
If anyone skips me one more time, you two better skip me one more time. I swear to God, I'm gonna punch your
Look
dick.
how many cards I have, though.
You, Scorpion, my
I'm saying, that's, look at how many cards I have. It's like,
Yeah, but Mises is looking real low, and now Turby's looking real low. I don't trust any of them.
It's your, they're trying to make sure we can get too hard. It doesn't make sense.
You're fucking great right now.
I can't relax.
And fuck them. It's funny how
Oh
dressed
my
you
God,
get.
gee, they just. It's okay. I blocked.
Okay, that's called Joker's Lounge. Songs to my Habibi. Let's see if we can find chillism. I may be blocked or kicked.
A low IQ degenerate.
Can I offer a quick submission?
Hold on.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Out of all things, you could be losing your heart. Out of all things, you could be using your time, your intellectual labor, your social political capital on. You're gonna focus on a non-factor, small immigrant population. Like, what are we even talking? Like, this is low IQ at its finest. This is niggatry, bro. This is
Right. And if I'm sorry, do you mind if I add something, Nathan? Yeah. Well, I think, Sister Pretty, we also have to realize, I don't know if you're involved in activism or community activism in your city or community, but yeah, Black folks have always protested against white businesses. In fact, during the George Floyd and even the Michael Brown in St. Louis, they shut down entire shopping malls, during the holidays. And as you know, the verdict for Michael Brown came down in November. So
They kicked me. So this is where Anonymous comes into play, where live streaming that type of content and then providing feedback or just being shocked at to what they're saying is the real value of Anonymous. And this is why anarchy and chaos, will proceed from this scientific experiment.
Amazing.
Wait, John, what room was that? That was the children's room?
No, that's Lonzo's room.
Oh, got it.
Lonzo's the Haitian guy that likes to speak for American blacks.
Yeah, I think I'm following him.
Okay, I give you chillism. This will be 60 seconds of chillism.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, Mark? So answer a question. Oh wait, neither can you.
I'm gonna go down to 3.
Was that a good thing? Mark, you want to take over? You want to ask him a question? Why he was talking about genetics?
Brother, no. Yo, hold on, brother. There's like 8 things happening at once, and
it's 3. 1, 2, 3. You're right. It's 3.
He's getting away with a lot of things right now, and I want to.
I just asked you about your feeling.
So no, brother, no. We get him down for just a second, or
no, that's not gonna happen. That's definitely not gonna happen, bro. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not breaking any rules in this house. I'm not breaking any rules in this house.
Nathan, anybody? Can I get
my God, he's calling for help. He's calling for help. Why do you need?
Can I get a bulletproof vest?
To be fair, I cannot contravene the rules of the house.
Yeah, I'm trying to contribute. Yeah, I'm trying to contribute to the conversation.
What you can try to do is, because a lot of people do, this was pretty smart, you can try and get Mike to break the rules. So, I don't know, maybe try and get him to talk about either kids or call a woman a bitch on stage so they can quickly pick a woman into the room and then like swap and tag out and like Mike calls you a bitch but then he doesn't look at her or something like that. Like these are the ways you can bait him into it. Like,
execute. Is it worth it?
Maybe that could be the title of the room. Is it worth it?
Nelson, has anybody been on Chatter? No, psychotic. A number of my colleagues who won't even go in there anymore. Has anyone been over there recently?
Yeah.
no,
Yeah, it's crazy.
Some kind of financial
Crazy.
stuff.
It's crazy. You know, I encountered Jennifer Lopez's, makeup artist, which is very strange. Very strange. Very strange.
I haven't been there since Jonathan Bing ruined the app. So I left when Jonathan Bing ruined it.
They are literally putting guns out when they talk, and they're threatening each other with guns. It is, I mean, I don't want to be there at all, but something's about ready to come down that's not really, he's so triggered by me, it's insane. And, I tried, and if anyone else has had a negative experience, I support them in speaking out about it.
Well, that's interesting because when the app first launched, Nelson touted it as being the opposite of Clubhouse. No ghetto, no ratchet, no threats, no violence, no calling people out in the headlines, no doxing. So to hear you say he has now gone down the rabbit hole of fuckery, I'm amused.
It's really bad, like psychiatric bad. Up all night, people attacking each other. It's completely out of control. And I started this Make America Healthy Again, send Nelson back to Nigeria, and he's mad as hell. But I'm tired of it. I mean, I'm tired of it, and it's unhealthy. And there's people there who've like drank the Kool-Aid, who are getting caught into it. So it's sad.
You know what would be a really fun room on Chatter? The Lee Wanta scandal.
We separate original.
Well, if anybody in Clubhouse wanted to do send Nelson back to Nigeria, you're welcome in.
It's like, no, I said 1 + 1, not 1 next.
Nelson doesn't understand.
Well, by definition of the word one is different from your definition of the word one.
He's doing,
And they try to proceed forward
he's
with
not
the
being
argument.
an anarchist. He's creating complete chaos. Why scandal is that? I mean, and it's like over the line of danger
It's
now.
something that
But
we
what
all
scandal is
agree on,
that?
and we could act.
Roger?
Which scandal are we referring to, Dr. Adams? I'm sorry. You want to expand on that?
Nigerian scams?
It's Nelson. What kind of scam is that? Is that celebrity scam?
Look it up. Look it up.
Can you guys make them? Is he involved in that? Do you have any facts of him being involved in that?
No, of course not. I mean, I'm not allegedly, equating him to that scandal. But again, look up that says scandal.
So, like, I had 5,000 people on Clubhouse, and then Nelson went and created Chatter. And, Nelson keeps coming onto Clubhouse trying to steal Clubhouse's audience. If I was the CEO of Clubhouse, I would be really pissed off at Nelson. And I would ban him from coming in here. I mean, somebody's got to put some, American wake-up call on what this guy's doing, because it's not safe. It's getting where it's like full-on ghetto now. When I guess last night they all brought their guns out on their videos. That's fucking insane. And I land. Thanks for letting me talk. Thank you.
You know, Dr. Mojo, since you are the premier green bean, I would just ask that, you know, as the super producer, if at any moment you want to make a request, you know, during the show today or tomorrow, and you say, okay, you know what, John or somebody else in the room, give us chillism, give us, you know, this show, give us that show, or give us a random sample, like just to break it up.
Here's a subject, here's a topic in another room, maybe we check on that. And then when we do it, once we do bring the stream in, everybody needs to remain on mute so we can hear the stream. This is where we need to get, we'll have like a culture in here of if we want to stop it, we'll get a GIF, and then if more than 50% of the stage wants to stop the stream, then we'll indicate the stop. Like if it's good, we'll just let it go. Maybe we'll even have an indication of keep it going, and then we'll have like a universal signal when we want it to stop. And then when we stop it, then we'll discuss it. We'll go around the room, we'll talk about it. And then if we want to tap back in and listen to it some more, we can do that. If we want to check in a different room, we'll do that. But we're going to have to get visual cues, not audio cues of when we're done with the content. That way you would know, okay, you can stop now.
I think also putting a survey, you know, once we know the names of the shows that we're rebroadcasting, that we have a survey, you know, what's your favorite show out of the 4 selections that we've been sampling?
That's a good idea. And then if we do tap into a debate, we'll definitely let people here decide who won their debate. And then we can give a feedback loop to them of like, hey, congratulations, the people in the month believe that so-and-so won the debate. And then it'll be a nice little, it's almost like publishing a voter guide. Adams, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Also, don't forget to monitor these rooms and alert them that they're being rebroadcast in this room. Your active participation is desperately needed. Without your help, you won't maximize the experience and have as much fun as you can, and this room won't be as popular and as big as it will be. So please, your participation will be required and needed.
Yeah, I think this is going to be fun. I think we'll also have to have some firm rules, like, for this room. Typical stuff that we already agreed to, like no doxing and no threats and that sort of thing. So when we're critiquing people, I think we should, I almost feel like we should play the critique straight. Like, the comedy is going to be what we stream, and then we can be the straight men and women, and we can critique it in an honest way, and then we can go back to the comedy that they provide to us. I don't think we need to add humor, a layer of humor over top of this, because the humor will be provided for us.
5 p.m. What time zone is that?
That's Pacific time.
We'll have different time.
I'm going to schedule them on different days at different times, just to make sure I can. We can start getting
I can see the
so they can understand what's going on. Once we build a culture and the awareness that it's happening, then we'll standardize on a particular time that works best for most.
You're non-black, correct?
No, she's not.
I'm feeling we're going to find new favorite rooms. That's what I believe is going to happen. We're going to tap into a room, and it's going to be like, holy shit, where's this room been all our life? I think that's what's going to happen here. We're going to be scouring the app.
I don't think all science should be in public,
we need
because
everybody's help to do this.
if
Now, some people may not like this new format. I have a feeling we're going to be kind of chasing the dragon in the sense that a lot of this is very boring. And so this is not a compression of the best clips. Again, this will be live. This isn't going to be like a day of recordings from yesterday's room.
Different devices, like what's your goal? How many rooms are you going to? Like, what's your record for recording simultaneously?
I did a 3 studio recording session where I had 3 rooms being recorded live on multiple devices in different rooms in my house, or actually 4 different rooms in my house.
I think the White America rooms might provide some interesting content for us.
And I want to let everybody know this could be a grand finale type show. Like tomorrow, I will dedicate the morning to doing this, but this is basically the summary of my research project. This is like my thesis statement being submitted for my PhD. So this is the end of it. Like tomorrow will be a blowout, and I very much doubt we will do the same show. Maybe we'll do it this whole week. I don't know how hard it's going to draw me in, but this is what I've been doing for many years now. We're only doing what we've always been doing, but pull that curtain away, and we're going to find out, who the Wizard of Oz is.
Lourdes, what do you? I want to get back to the anarchy thing. What do you think would be different in terms of the crime rate? Do you think the crime rate with no police force? Do you think it would go up or go down?
I mean, who would actually record it?
Well, let's just say there was an independent third party that did a survey.
How was, let's say, in a corporation, communist ideology, nobody's going to really clean up the place. But I think it might be lower in a specific territory.
Who do you think would fare better, lefties, righties, or centrists?
Centrists.
Well, how would they fare better?
Is the question no law and order at all, or just local police, or no FBI, or what? All law enforcement gone?
So from what I'm talking about my ideology, belief system, or ideology, corporations, religion, cults, ideologies, all of them of technology that they have to defend their specific ideology. Neutral zones, obviously, it's like Wild West in some way. Just people just mind their own business.
You realize that in the Wild West they had sheriffs, right?
Oh yeah. But I'm not saying like that. I'm just saying it as a hypothetical.
Right, but you referenced the Wild West, and I'm just suggesting that if you take like Tombstone, Arizona, the shootout at the OK Corral, all of that started with the sheriffs taking the guns from certain people. So law enforcement had some pretty strict rules back then. So why would you compare anarchy to the Wild West?
I'm talking about the neutral zones in a way of, I mean, there's no way you can really force someone to give them your maladies or not. But
well, that brings up another question that we've asked Beeman. I'd love to get your answer on this. Over 5,000, probably closer to 6,000 nuclear warheads. In your world, who would possess those 100 warheads? So not everybody gets one. So what's the more accurate answer? Who actually gets these?
Again, it's a free-for-all. So I mean, first off, I guess if let's say we were going to go through a thorough hypothetical. In the beginning, people are going to be buying them. Some people are going to be selling them.
But who has them to sell them? Because like right now they're like
military.
Oh, so the military will either keep them or sell them.
Correct.
And you think that's a good development?
Yes.
How is
corporations could also purchase the warheads too.
So you're pro-nuclear proliferation?
Yeah. Look, the type of ideology I'm speaking of, if you view it like Warhammer 40K mixed with Terminator, times 100.
Anybody have any other questions for Lourdes? You guys think that this sounds like an attractive place to live, where the military sells nuclear weapons to whoever they want?
Sorry, just a question. Would Iran as well be one of the countries that can have nuclear weapons?
With Iran?
Yes, Iran.
I mean, look, my ideology isn't for the world; it's only for the U.S.
But what if one of these military guys that's
if they do,
what if you wanted to sell it to somebody in Iran? Would that be okay?
Look, it's their choice. If they do, they do. But I highly doubt they're really going to succeed in any way with one we're at. When this ideology is to the point that they are capable of destroying the planet if they are losing their territory.
Wow, again, you never cease to amaze me with your bad ideas. Anthony, just to catch you up on what's going on here, Lourdes, who's an anarchist, when he was asked the question, who would get the nuclear weapons if we had complete anarchy, and he said that the military would have them, and it would be their choice to keep them or sell them. And he indicated that it would be their choice if they wanted to sell these weapons to a nation state like Iran.
I mean, having nuclear weapons is mostly. Sorry, Anthony. Go ahead, man.
Nah, Moses, all good. This idea that the military, what I look at, I look at self-interest, and it would not be military self-interest to do anything like that, bro. It makes fundamentally no sense whatsoever. So I have to vehemently disagree with your assessment.
So you think that the military is its own in this hypothetical? Then, all right, like, how would the military actually progress in this ideology?
The military would share Wild West nuclear weapons.
They have guns, butter, training. They're going to be the ruling class like they are in a lot of countries when there's a military coup. If we have anarchy, they and their loved ones will be well taken care of. If they can't produce it, they'll take it. It's just that simple. With them selling nuclear weapons makes no sense whatsoever.
I wonder what Brent has to say about this. Brent, Lourdes says that in his desired state of affairs, the government, and they would be free to sell them if they like. So if you were a submarine captain and you had a submarine and the nukes that are on board, you could keep them or you could sell them. What do you think of Lourdes' idea about this?
Well, I mean, taking it slightly more seriously and going back to the roots of anarchy and this kind of thought of elimination of the state. Nuclear weapons are a great example of why you could never actually go towards political anarchy. See, because you frankly need that hierarchical control with something but like nukes, because you have to have one voice to watch it. You have to have that deterrent effect. It's like responding to Cinderella and the Magic Kingdom. I mean, it's not worth responding to, besides the fact that to point out that political anarchy was always unfeasible, but modern world nukes are an example why is it especially unfeasible now.
So what if we got something that was a lot simpler, like old technology, like the railroad? Lourdes, who would you've got a railroad that goes across the country. It could be for passengers, it could be for freight. In an anarchy tracks out, and they just completely destroyed the train system. Who would stop them from doing that?
Nobody.
So you wouldn't be able to have a transportation method that crosses the country, such as roads or railroads.
I mean, mean, there's other methods besides strains. If let's say we go down this route, I mean, look at my PTR. Back to that, the military selling the nukes and all that. Would they really be capable of fighting something like this in the PTR? An army of these, probably made from mad scientists creating all these different experiments and weapons and all that within a matter of days, because there's no regulation to stop them from creating it. Especially
Helping with the translation?
No.
I believe he's saying without the government, weapons are going to advance at a much faster rate than is currently advancing.
not just weapons, technology, transportation, every form of thing will advance to the point that no other country around the world would not want to fuck with this country. No way. Because then, I mean, let's just say if the whole world united against this one country, with all these different ideologies and corporations and all that, I mean, it could go down to either the specific ideology winning that war, or if we're close to losing it, might as well destroy the whole planet.
That doesn't sound like a good strategy to me, but let me ask you this. Who would coordinate the Navy? Because that's one of our big advantages when it comes to
a massive Navy.
That did answer my question.
All right, then let's say Amazon, right? Let's say if Amazon was able to mass produce a navy, a strong navy. Then, I mean,
and what would you do? You'd transfer warehouse workers into soldiers?
If they have to.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lordness from Chillis.
I wasn't originally there. I used to listen to your rooms a long time ago, I think a year ago.
Did you have these ideas back then?
Yeah.
Got it. So do you think that chillism is cool?
Somewhat. I know a lot of cults, they're not 50-50, but not fully.
Got it. Do you feel like chillism has a Scientologist rhetoric?
I don't know. I mean, like, it's a little bit mixed in there.
Got it. So you don't see like an undertone of Scientology?
Not that I know of, or I can comprehend.
David, welcome. We're just talking to Lordness, who is walking us through this very well thought out philosophy of his called anarchy. And he was explaining to us who would possess the nuke, protect against foreign invasions if we have no coordinated navy. It's fascinating stuff, dude. John, who do you think is a better presenter of ideas, Beamont or Lordness, when it comes to anarchy? Anyone want to answer that? Okay, the whole room just got silent. Perfect. Amazing.
I've only been to Chillism today. I haven't been there before. But I'm extremely fascinated by this character, Lordness, because are you actually trolling? Tell me the truth.
Oh, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm writing a story on this novel too, or on this ideology too, so I mean, either way.
Are you completely mad?
I mean, you can say whatever you want and make as much claims as you want, but it's just my belief system. After all, I do believe in the multiverse.
Oh, right, okay. And, yeah, okay. I mean, I don't need to ask anything else. Thank you.
Or the best presenter of their ideology, BMO or Lordness. I would have to say Lordness. He's very descriptive with his narrative. It's well thought out. As fantastical and insane as it is, I have to give him credit for the creativity he's put into this chaotic, deathly world that he wants to live in, where there are no laws, no rules, rape, murder, the children aren't safe, the women aren't safe. So, and then you added the multiverse as icing on the cake. So I guess you would win in the battle between your narrative and Bima's narrative.
I think that's a good point. Because Bima typically just says, I support ideas where you cannot initiate force or coercion onto another person or people. And then when you ask her for specifics, she has nothing. So at least Lordness engages with us and tells us what he thinks that this might look like.
I mean, I'm just giving you guys the little things that you guys are asking questions about. I'm not giving the full-on, in-depth detail of it.
Who would make the rules?
Now, a little bit more like its own military force that has the most advanced technology. But mainly that military force of the Illuminati, hypothetical military force and all that, that would be the portion of the ideology that would defend the specific ideology if either one of the ideologies was a majority of the whole state or country, or if a nation attempts, or all nations attempts to go against the specific ideology.
But isn't that kind of
Go on.
but by virtue of that they are enforcing them?
So I'm not getting what you're asking.
If the purpose of them is to defend the ideology, that seems to me to be a system of governance.
Some might see this is like a little bit of the effy part because they're not really, because there's no main government because of all the different ideologies, the corporations, the communism, ideas, and different forms of currency. Like it expands to a larger picture. Like the specific force doesn't involve itself with any form of the land or territory. It's just like a spire. It's just a little spire that's just empty and void, nothing at all. Let's say if one of the ideologies took control of the whole country, or let's say if the whole world was to go against this country, this military force would be capable of going against the whole world and or the specific ideology.
How does this military fund itself?
I mean, mainly taken from the other ideologies through back deals.
Ideologies have bank accounts.
Yes, I mean different forms of currency.
That sounds like taxes.
I mean, some could have taxes, some wouldn't.
Who would have the authority to collect taxes?
So if, let's say, the corporation had taxes, obviously they would have their own form of police force and military to collect the taxes. Or a AI system that automatically collects the taxes within the territory.
So in our current state, we have a constitution and we have
a legal basis to say that we're going to collect these taxes. What would be the basis that gives this company the authority? And what if a competing company comes along and says, no, give the taxes to us, we're better? So would you have to pay taxes to every corporation?
Not everyone. No, not everyone. I mean, because they all vary. I mean, wherever you choose to live, it's good. I mean, you don't have to, but they might kick you out or force you to do work.
Or do you think this is a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, you've been asking me this a couple times.
No, I'd ask you what your ideas are, but I'm asking you if you think it's a good idea. I mean, like, it's one thing to come up with an idea, like, there's another to come up with good ideas. Do you think this would optimize human flourishing?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Hey, so Mojo, I just been wanting. So when you were talking about Wild Wild West before, and yes, there is law enforcement, albeit at a very low scale. Do you think, like the Deadwood age and all that, like the new sheriff in town, would it be fair to say that not all homicides were accounted for, or even remotely pursued?
Yeah, I actually heard these comedians talking about this, where they were saying that in the Wild West, somebody could go and kill somebody, rob a bank, whatever it is, and then they can, then they draw a wanted poster, and so the only wanted poster is this image of what he looked like. Let's say he's wearing a particular type of hat, and let's say he has a mustache. He can get rid of the hat, shave his mustache, and then just go become a sheriff in another town. Like, there's definitely a law.
Exactly. Deadwood is a fantastic show, though. I'm actually rewatching it. It's been a number of years.
It was so unfortunate that they didn't get the natural conclusion to that show. The movie that they made years later was just not up to the standard of the show.
It was bad, yeah. Yeah, Swearenzer. Sucker Swearenzer.
Yeah, no, I think the Wild West was an interesting thing. I actually think that.
I won't even admire it until you laugh. The battery died. He probably got a dead battery.
Does anyone have other questions, or mainly just Roger asking the questions?
Well, my thing is, sir, I'm not entirely. Oh, hold on. Lourdes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely convinced that you want to live in this world unless you live in a castle with a moat, a fortress of somehow, because I don't think you'll be able to. I mean, you would have to have a pretty solid some weaponry to protect you and yours, right? Because I don't think that you alone, you have to have an army of darkness to fend off the rabid personalities who would come and want to rape and pillage your property. So I don't know. Do you have what does your army of darkness look like, sir? Because you're definitely going to need one. And also, here's the really important question: are there zombies in this apocalyptic world where anarchy rules?
Now, if a ideology does create zombies somehow, sure. But I highly doubt that's a possibility. If anything, it's all going to be cyborgs or clones or mutation creatures, some type of infection that could create biomass and all that.
The cyborgs and clones, I forgot about that. So yeah, what if the cyborgs go rogue? Humans are no match to cyborgs, sir.
Well, That's where you gotta improve yourself in any way possible to go against them.
Improve yourself, like more push-ups.
No. I mean, like having cybernetics and all that. Going full blown, like.
In a world without police, I don't think it'll be as violent as people think it is. I think the police, I think the police actually perpetrate violence because people think they know they can do certain shit and they protect it to a certain extent. So like in a world without police, it'll be more respect than people think.
Do you think police are worse than armies of darkness?
Oh my! Look! I mean, hey, Kayla, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, like it's in the beginning, it's gonna be like the purge. And any form of ideology change is gonna be chaotic. Probably not as chaotic as the ideology I'm for, but over time,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Over time, it will just like calm down, and then it's just like just I'm minding my own business. You fuck with me, now we're gonna see how that goes.
I agree. I think Akima's honest. I think the shock value will, of course, it's not going to be overnight. It takes a village, not just to raise a baby, but to look after your neighbor. I mean, at the end, when the Italians and Jews came over to New York, fun fact, the Jews and Irish started to organize syndicates in New York before the Italians. And the Italians all right, you don't want us, we'll create our own neighborhood. And of course, Hollywood took it from there. But they literally did. They looked over neighborhoods, albeit for a nominal fee to keep your store safe from getting burglarized. But I think, and really, at the end of the day, wherever one lives, like, see something, say something. Like, how often do you feel that if you're walking down the street, you see somebody in trouble, someone will, a bystander will try to intervene on something?
Folks don't like to intervene today. A lot of people like to mind their own business when they see people are in distress or being harmed. It takes a real true hero to want to help, someone vulnerable. And we seemingly are growing population of weaklings.
That's their way of getting involved. But the thing is that you don't have to be the hero. You don't have to jump in and physically put yourself in danger or make yourself vulnerable. There's actually courses. It's like non-violent bystander, interference or something. Where literally, on the average, if you're across the street and you just start yelling like, "Hey, what the hell are you doing over there?" 9 out of 10 times, the attacker will run off like a scared rabbit. You don't have to run over there to be the hero and beat somebody up. In fact, the only time I've ever been jumped in my life, late at night, walking the streets, coming out of a bar, these guys jumped me. They didn't want my money because they threw a bottle at me. They were just coming out of some strip club, and I was like, "What the fuck?" One of them, they jumps out of the car, runs over to me, and I'm like, whoa, dude, like, I'm not looking for... Before he got the sentence out, he knocks me to the ground, and some random dude happened to be across the street. He's like, "Hey, you okay over there? What the hell's going on?" And sure enough, the rat ran away.
Well, but I think in Lordness's world, if you say, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" you might get popped in the damn head, right? So I don't know that there are now, in real life, criminals know that there are real life consequences to their criminality. If there's no judges, jury, and executioners, I think folks will run rabid. There would be death and destruction for years to come. I disagree with this theory that there would only be violence initially and that it would quell off somehow. I don't know. The modern day human is insanity. We want to be that violent. We're so far removed from spirituality, God, emotions, right? And if there's no one there to check us, then we will fully maximize this free will, this so-called free will that we have, and unleash, our nefarious ideas and ideologies onto the next human. So I don't know, Lourdes.
Hey, Matt, the reason why, what I check each other. Right now, a criminal have an advantage. One, he's not afraid to go to jail, and you know that your retaliation is not, you're not going to retaliate, especially not to the degree that you're going to go harm one of his loved ones. But in that, so like it's going to be more of a reality. There's not going to be protection from the police for the criminals have the advantage. Everyone's going to have the same attitude. If you come fuck with me, I'm going to come fuck with you and your family. And that's going to keep a lot of people in check.
Well, I also think we would have to, in that case, we would have to have like these communities or compounds of people who want to maintain civility, right? I think in the world that Lourdes is painting, humans, your average human would be very scared because they don't know the motive in the rebellion, steal your shit, right? Or if they are checkable. So I think in this world that Lourdes is painting, you would have to, I always like to say your vibe attracts your tribe. If you are the type of person that needs law and order and you want to live a very peaceful, soft kind of life, free from murder, robbery, chaos, etc., you would have to find like-minded people and build communities with them, a gated community, a fortress around this community so that the weirdos and the killers don't penetrate, right? Because I don't think that this will be a harmonious society that you guys seem to think it will be. And I mean, have we not seen? Have we not watched science fiction films? Has the Walking Dead not taught us anything about what it would be like in a world full of where there's no law, there's no governance? Maybe I just watched too many sci-fi films and zombie films and post-apocalyptic films and anarchy films and The Purge, etc., etc. It sounds like an utter nightmare, this world that Lourdes has crafted in his mind. Hakima, you would want to live in such a society?
I mean, we live in one right now where a certain group of people can do what they want to do to other people. I'm not talking about racially. I'm talking about the part of the government. They can do whatever they want to do right now. There is anarchy right now. They're weird now.
Plato has some interesting thoughts on this, on essentially every man does what's right.
Even if we like to show like Walking Dead, most people was trying to do the right thing. Most people was creating community. You had a few bad apples, but they run through every now and then.
I was going to say, nice fun fact, sound like you're a Walking Dead fan. They did a voiceover for one of the characters for the video game. Unfortunately, my character got killed off early, but it was fun.
Oh, right on.
Moose, how much has AI destroyed voiceover work?
Not as much as you think, Mojo. Not as much as you think. I know that was actually one of the, as Naya knows pretty well, like the huge actors writer strike. Was that last year?
I think it was 2 years ago.
God, was that 2 years? Good Lord. Part of the writing part was, and actually actors too, like having their images like an avatar, replicated by AI. But the bigger threat was not eliminating AI for writers, but limiting the use of AI in TV and movie writing. But let's keep it real. Some of the shows that are out there, you're like, AI might be better.
Maybe it was last year, Moose, the strike. I really don't remember now.
So, Moose, it would be a hilarious development. So this app, they partner with somebody to basically, they can take your voice and license it however they wish. Wouldn't it be crazy if something went super, just exploded, maybe like a Pixar film where they took voices from Clubhouse? What if your voice became the star of a major hit without your consent?
A major hit like John streaming multiple channel, like I don't equate major hit with Clubhouse, but do you mean like?
I mean that Paul is partnered with an AI company to give them the voices. Paul can, with this company, they can license our voices to do anything. They can repurpose it in any way they wish. It's part of the terms of service.
I don't think I see enough on here to even get noticed from Paul or those guys.
This is why they wanted the voice chat stuff, the voicemails, so they can isolate and make sure they had a fingerprint so they could know exactly whose voice was whose.
Yeah, Freddie Roosevelt and I did a room about a year ago or so. I'm sure some of y'all remember Freddie Roosevelt. And we talked about just that, using our voice and likeness on this app, because Freddie, when he was really active on this app, I had noted, Freddie, you have very specific lingo and slang, and he was commenting on how he would dip in and out of rooms, primarily white rooms, hosted by people who he never saw in his spaces, or at the very least, he didn't know that they frequented his spaces. And he would go in their rooms and hear them repeating his slangs and his slogans, but at the same time giving him credit. And I said, yeah, Freddie, don't you using some of your catchphrases, because that is why this app is a social experiment, in my opinion. As we, most of us have discussed, in these spaces and similar spaces, to use our voices, to, study our voices to train AI models. So, yeah, Mojo, I agree with that.
Where did you get all in creative writing? I think it's okay for reporting. I don't know if you guys notice, but when you go to your streams, your news streams, whatever, on your phones or laptops, like it'll say story by, and it'll put someone's name. But if you actually, I've just been noticing far more grammatical errors in these stories. I don't accept the story and take it from there.
So this is my take on the whole writer's strike thing, is that if you're not a better writer than artificial intelligence, then you don't get the job. If I were looking for a story, if I wanted a screenplay to make a film out of, if you're a screenwriter, I think it would be immoral to give the nod to the human if AI wrote the better story. Currently, we don't have that problem, despite how bad some of the writing is today. I think we're at an all-time low in terms of the writing of screenplay. Well, actually, I take that back. I think that there's great writers out there. In fact, I know there's great writers out there that just can't find the funding to do their projects. But if you can't sell the idea, and if the folks that are going to put the money behind the movie don't believe it's going to sell, they can be guilty of being wrong, but you need their money, and so you need to do a better job of selling that. And so I just think that because money is show business. It's a business. They want to make money, and as long as they're going to do that, I think this trend of going for existing IP, where you have a built-in audience, is going to continue. And the only way I see writers cracking into that would be through fan fiction, because you're going to see people continuing to go after existing IP. It's a vicious cycle, but
I plugged in the outlines of ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT. Now, I had already written the first act, but I asked ChatGPT to, after I fed the outline to it, I asked it to write first maybe 10 pages, just to compare. I've been in spaces where writers brag about, they love ChatGPT, it writes scripts for them, and then I'm wondering, how much do you have to go in there and tweak the script? Do you rely solely on what ChatGPT gave you, or do you go in and tweak the script and the dialogue? Because what I found is when ChatGPT spit out the first 10 pages, all the characters sound exactly alike. Then the argument is, okay, so ChatGPT writes your script. Do you take credit for it, or do you credit the AI? Now, I will say, as a writer, I do find ChatGPT or some of these other, Grok or Gemini, helpful in kind of streamlining outlines or beats, or even writing pitch decks, right? Kind of cute, a 90-page or 160-page story. you're right. I agree. You don't get the job. If I were a producer, hire a writer.
Agree, but no, I think that's a problem considering I enjoy some screenwriting too, but it's fair to say that 10, the inciting incident, right, is typically the first 10, 20 pages. One page of script is translates to like a minute of action more or less on the screen. So if you're getting a lame duck, and like you got a hook at the end of the day, and if you're doing the 3 arc, like being in the middle of that, most audiences will be more forgiving from in the middle. He's walking up some models, but and you can hook him in the beginning, and you give him a nice ending at the end, dramatic, happy, whatever. That's what they're going to remember. But yes, the first 10 pages, the first beginning of the script does not look. The inciting incident is weak. That's problematic.
Now, I will say this, folks. I'm a huge fan. I don't know if you're familiar with the film Q. I revised Q. In the meantime, I went into ChatGPT. I have like 3 or 4 ideas to continue the franchise. And I'm hoping through my resources and connections, I can get linked to whoever owns this IP to pitch them my ideas to continue the franchise. So I did plug in just, a long line or 2 into ChatGPT and asked it to flesh out what the next 5 films would look like. And I was thoroughly impressed with what it gave me because it was right on par with how I envisioned the franchise continuing. So in that regard, I found ChatGPT to be quite, satisfying as a creative. And, I copied and saved what it gave me, and I added it to my kind of little collection of franchises that I want to see continue. So I've been putting out to the universe, and I have two visions here. One, to write at least 1 episode for Doctor Who, which I have a script, a pilot script for. Well, not necessarily a pilot, maybe a pilot for a new season. And to be involved with, hopefully, the continuation of Q. So we shall see if ChatGPT in that regard brings me some luck.
Amazing. What about the thread? I mean, isn't there like as college students like started writing papers using ChatGPT, law students. It's rigorous how you use that to use ChatGPT. AI is also 60 seconds. No, I think that's super important. You have to have some. If you is it worth it to comprehend this conversation? Then you can start giving it different prompts like write it at a PhD level. Okay, now rewrite it at grade education level. Now rewrite it, and you can start. I think you probably have to just have some things, plagiarist things, and you have to listen to these meetings. I think you have trouble. It really likes, it doesn't like commas as much as it likes dashes. And so when you see the double dash, you see it like that is a telltale sign because nobody writes like that. Nobody on planet Earth writes like that. It's almost like they bake that in. It's like a free. But typing in the chat here of Clubhouse or in the email, where let's face it, like autocorrect doesn't even have this. Like was like ChatGPT and diapers. With all the word suggestion, like you start typing like, hey, like Google started this, right? You get a message, you get an email from somebody. Google is reading the email message because it's offering you prompt, it's offering you a variety of prompts to just choose instead of having to actually use your own brain and use your own words. It'll be like, yeah, sounds great, thumbs up, or oh, sorry to hear that. But I also noticed the one thing that stands out with autocorrect is commas and calling you out when you're not using commas appropriately. But that's probably the easiest hardware piece with AI.
Yes, so one of the outlets that I write for, we have a problem with AI there, and there's nothing we can do about it. My IT team has told us, and the lawyer for the company has said there's nothing we can do. There is some sort of AI system being used by a company, and I think they traced it to Russia or Ukraine, I'm not sure, Poland, where they're copying all of my articles, and I'm sure probably some other writers for this outlet, they're copying all of my articles and republishing them on their own website, as if they're writing it, as if I write for them. And my man copying and pasting and republishing, no, we have determined that it is some sort of AI system that is scouring our site and pulling some of the best stories, and they just so happen to be most of my stories, since I'm the one that covers the entertainment news for the site. And so, yeah, it's pretty, I don't know, it's kind of, dare I say, disturbing, but I guess this is what we have to deal with in this AI world, you know, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Invitations, I just want flattery, but that's great to hear.
So let me ask a question. Some of you are very concerned about AI. I'm just wondering, if you think we're already living in anarchy, I mean, is it, the person on the highway, expressway, who shoots you, or the person that stabs you on the train, or, what's more dangerous, society today in America or AI?
I think AI could be, AI, especially if these things are used to damage someone's reputation or image. But I would like to think that the population is aware, especially if you're on the computer a lot, you're aware of AI and things. I would like to think that people are able to use some kind of deductive skills to determine what's real and what's not. But as AI gets more savvy, it might get difficult to figure out what's real and fake, especially as it relates to news sources, right? In healthy debates earlier today, someone noted, what if in the near future there's a presidential campaign and someone uses a deep fake to destroy the image or reputation or the campaign of a presidential candidate they don't like, and it really impacts their voter base, or how the population resonates with that candidate. So that can definitely be dangerous.
And I don't know why you're talking about this in the future. I mean, our president held up a deep fake with MS-13 and deported a person with it.
How would that be true? Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
This year
Also had a former president arrested by the FBI.
So I don't know, John. I mean, I don't think it's as dangerous now. I still think the person on the subway with the gun or the knife is more dangerous than AI. But I predict as AI advances, as these language models get more evolved, then yeah, I can see us living in a near future, where the AI could be more dangerous than the criminal on the street ready to snatch you up.
I mean, in Chicago this weekend, 30 people were murdered by gunfire, 250 shot. It's like that every weekend. Why, as a society, do we tolerate that?
How do we not?
You could apprehend criminals. Yeah, I blame our politicians, John. I think we just need to better officials. Listen, I live in Chicago too, and the mayor down there. Well, I live outside Chicago, so the mayor down there, as you know, is just a disaster. So, in my opinion, it's just we have to elect better officials, and a lot of these liberals. I mean, look at California, for instance. I lived there for 20 years, but I got the hell out just in the nick of time. California has this. I don't know if it's still like this, but in some areas of California, you own a store, you just have to let them snatch and grab. You can't stop them, you can't apprehend them for stealing your shit. Let them go. I remember that video that went viral where a store owner confronted Gavin Newsom about these laws. He gave kind of a laissez-faire attitude about it. A lot of these Democratic-run cities, they want criminals on the street. They want to let them out of jail early. You can't afford bail. Oh, no problem. Just let them back on the street, right? So I think it really comes down to the elected officials. They want lawlessness. They want criminals on the street. They want the people to be, armed, and then they want to threaten to take their guns away. So I blame the politicians, sir. I don't think the people
Got it.
want this.
So if Donald Trump takes over Washington D.C., you're all for that, correct?
What do you mean take over? He's the president.
I'm saying that he gets rid of the mayor and he takes over the city security-wise. There's no more lawlessness. There's no more rampant homelessness. No more drug dealing. No more shootings. No more robberies. He actually forms a security perimeter and takes care of the situation with force.
Yeah, I would have no problem with that.
And I hear your frustration there, but I have to push back because, the mayor, generally most police chiefs, right, have one boss, it's the mayor. But the mayor, of course, doesn't make any of the law. In fact, it's actually far more up to the DAs who make laws, but they are the arbiter of enforcing what laws and what cases to pursue or not. Again, back to California, which is why even bleeding liberal heart San Francisco pulled their DA, did a recall because of the frustrations of the smash and grabs and such. So it's a bit hyperbolic to say like, oh, these lefts, runs the mayoral cities that are leaving left are all for Wild Wild West and treat good luck to be killed. It's a little extreme because they are also they're also we have to look at the population. Like Chicago is a great example. Let me ask you this. Let's say if you had a Republican mayor in Chicago, how is a Republican mayor going to bring down, what are they averaging now? 500 homicides a year? Are you just going to add 100,000 more cops? What would Republican mayor do different?
Well, you know what? I sit here and I think about Indiana. I'll let you go. Kima, let you tell me if you agree with this. Because I told you I live quite close to the border of Indiana, which is a great state. And in my opinion, those boys in red, they don't play. I rarely hear about it. I'm not saying that there's no crime in Indiana, but I feel like people know you don't go to Indiana with that yes, right? Because they're not going to put up with that N-word shit, okay? And I say N-word and it applies to everybody, black, white, that ratchet shit. So I'd like to think if there was a Republican mayor or if Chicago was a red state, red city or a red state, I would like to think that they would reel it in a little bit more.
That's what I'm saying. I'm all for it. That's what I'm saying. I'm always fascinated. What would Republicans do differently? I could care less who gets the job done. Nobody would.
People are not shooting out in Chicago.
Chicago?
Chicago. Biden's down in Chicago. Chicago, Indiana. You know what I'm saying? Indianapolis, South Bend. There are several cities in Indiana that are fucking that are divided. They just don't ask. But a lot of Chicago. That's the thing. Chicago. So all the guns are coming from Indiana. So act like Indiana is actually got some solutions they really know.
Well, here's my thing. Let me say something about Chicago. Chicago is easy on every corner. And yet they can't solve one problem, right? Which is a big trick bag. I feel like Chicago, were they part of the flood police narrative? I feel like if it was a Republican ran city, we wouldn't have. And I'm not saying every liberal leader in Chicago is about flood police. But there was that narrative at the height of George Floyd. You had some things. Just this past year, how many town hall meetings did we have of Chicago voters expressing their anger at the mayor and the governor over the immigration issue? I feel like if Republicans were in control, that wouldn't be a thing. We wouldn't have, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Republicans are perfect. I don't identify as Republican, right? And I know, they I remember the Trump's last election, how some of my family members were greatly impacted by some social services that were cut because of Republican leadership or Republican policies. Specifically, I have family members that have children who have disabilities, and some of those programs they relied on to help their children, and they lost access to some of those resources. But I just think as it relates to law and order, conservatives need to be more pro-law and order than liberal leaders can be. And again, I'm not saying that applies to all liberal leaders.
Well, I would also say that it's hard to know what would really take place because in large cities you don't see Republicans as mayors. It would be interesting to see large cities ran by Republicans. We do have examples, a few examples of where this is true. You can go back to Rudy Giuliani. I think is probably the best example of what you're talking about when better outcomes happen. But the challenges in a big city are just different than in the suburbs and different from rural communities. And I think it's interesting that in a big city, you tend to see Democrats being favored. And in the rural areas, you definitely see the Republicans being favored. But in the suburbs, that tends to be the most purple that you're going to get. And then depending on how close your suburb is to the big city, it might lean blue. And if your suburb is leaning more towards the rural area, it might lean a little more red. And that's the thing I think we should think about is instead of just thinking of red or blue or this state, that state, I think we should really hone in on the different policies that are necessary for governing the wants, the needs of the people in these different areas are different. Yes, everybody wants to be safe, but the threats, the challenges that you're faced with, they're just different. And that's why I think we should more thoughtfully move towards what would be the best set of laws to govern a rural area. And by the way, not all rural areas are the same, and not all big cities are the same. We need to examine the unique challenges. There's a line though that says if you have less tolerance for violent crime, you're going to see less violent crime. And the evidence of that is, a lot of people hate the 94 crime bill, and I think that there's definitely some mistakes made with it. If you look at the facts that 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993, that 4-year period, the most violent period in American history outside of the Civil War. And so those violent crime rates were insane. In fact, today when people talk about crime rates, we're actually 50% lower than the highs that we saw in that 4-year period during the early 90s. And then the 94 crime bill comes, and then you see a steady decline ever since.
Giuliani had a plan, it's disgrace now, but it was called America's Plan, and I love it. But he knew he couldn't do it by himself, and he organized the courts, cash, and money, other agents, unions, and see what you have. If I see Missouri, welcome to New York was as bad as it is now. Everybody there is open, and it made a profound change.
This change was, and to be fair, I say I'm very different to New York experiment. I think every American that happens to be white, I don't know, Americans. You give me such biggest impact was I would actually love to say, even just being out mom was raised in my local district. He cleaned that up. He was married. Crew's taking steam tomorrow. Best crime of Boston. I forgot what point in his career he completely lost his fucking mind, but it's a good show.
He did have a multifaceted approach, and I think that in asking don't pretend that you had a profound change. It wasn't just statistics and maybe it happened.
So, Scott, let me ask you something. You gonna dream about this game? I do. Every night. Nightmares. I got Jack's out. I got King's out. I got 4 aces. I mean, it's 3 guys. Oh, you see. So, come on, you see something. Come on, it's my turn. judges. It's the mercy, whatever it is. That's what judges. There are some like folks that do deep dives, like history of judges, and show you offenders and let go for otherwise to get reelected. But it's not all up to the cops on the street to get it done. You're absolutely sure. I don't know that this is a solution, but there are some like things appointed judges would be better than elected. Appointing judges are better than elected. We should also not elect like TAs and stuff. I think you get low enough in the chain of offices. Like I grew up in North Carolina. We elected like the water commissioner. Like nobody knows what the water commissioner is doing. Like you have to have. You should have elected executives and legislative body, and at some point, just because life is too busy, turn over that kind of oversight of the water commissioner to them. It makes a whole lot more sense.
So wait, I'm sorry, Brian, you said we should not, who should be appointed, not elected?
He's talking to me, but this applies to a lot of like lower offices. Pennsylvania's got a weird system where you have a lot of like really low level positions that any other state would simply have appointed into a committee. And they would look for people that have knowledge, skill, and ability in a particular area. And but in Pennsylvania, you put yourself on the ballot, sometimes unopposed, you end up winning, and you know nothing about the job that you're about to do. I know about this because the Libertarian Party, when I was a part of it, we organized around that, and in one election got over 150 Libertarians elected. That was in 2021, but it exploited a few things. Number one, the major parties needed to declare their candidacy before the minor parties, so that you could find elections where there's only one opponent. Period is over. If they want to run, they would have to be a write-in, and then they're at a huge disadvantage. The other thing is the filing fees are very, very low in Pennsylvania, and so the final piece is just the fact of some of the low-level positions that you have. It just created a hell of a lot more openings, and so 150 elections won by Libertarians in 2021 alone.
Which I'd be happy to vote for Libertarian, but probably you just need the best quality person to be a board commission that you can get or whatever job it is. Like some of the very, very, very low level positions aren't partisan ideology or based on your ideological goal. They are just like blocking and tackling basic governance positions.
Brian, can I ask you a question? If you were made king of America or king of the world, what would you do for your people?
Create a system that maximizes economic prosperity and maximizes human freedom for things like violence. I think in big picture, we got a pretty good system that gets pretty close to that.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
Oh, sorry. I'm really capital REALLY educated. That's not happening. It's just not happening.
So you think we have a pretty good system? Is $37 trillion in debt a pretty good system? If that was a business and you created $37 trillion in debt and created no savings for your citizens whatsoever, you think that's a pretty good system, huh, Brent?
Yeah, I'm thinking of the system where per capita wealth is the highest that all of the highest. I think is a pretty good system that we've developed
prior year GDP growth to now, which you see throughout the world in development economies, which were that period.
Yeah, it's the biggest expansion of an economy in the history of the world.
Yeah, and a dollar is a 100% growth. If you have $2, same effect with the economy. Like something you saw in America during that period, and frankly, you see in many other developing economies. So it's nothing surprising. You're still much better off living in a period post economic development in the time you're living in.
Interesting. So post the economic growth of 1870 to 1900. So just so we're clear, the economic growth was possible because of massive deregulation, and so that allowed businesses to do what they needed to do in order to grow. And then following that period of time, we had massive restrictions that were put in place. And then shortly after that, come 1929, we had the biggest financial collapse. During this financial collapse, even more regulations. And so the evidence is very clear that if you want to grow the economy, you have to deregulate. If you want to crash an economy, you overregulate.
It's pretty ironic that the large expansion of the paintings that the 1900s, that was when they free the slaves, and those same people not only didn't get reparations, they were excluded from that economy.
Well, it's also evident. It's also evidence of the erroneous claim that this country was built on the free labor of slavery. It was actually more expensive to house and feed human beings than it was to pay them. And so economically, slavery was a bad thing. We know that not only was it immoral, it was economically a bad thing. And so once they were freed and then the market was deregulated, we were able to see a massive expansion in this country, and the quality of life went up for everyone.
And just to be clear, we had several periods of pretty sharp economic downturn in the 1880s, 1890s, and even the early 1900s. I believe we had a downturn in 07. So this period is also known as the bust period. We have aggregate greater economic growth, which is not something common you see in industrializing economies. You see that actually over and over again. But you also had this period with sharp economic downturns.
Yeah, the point stands that during that 30-year period, it's the biggest expansion of an economy. Would you disagree that deregulation was a huge part of that?
I guess so.
Okay, so I wanted to be one of you. I wanted to join the brotherhood, but you sold me off like a slave. Do you know what she did to me? She stripped me down to the bed. She stripped me naked. Sounds all right so far. The police took me. Was she naked too? She needed a blood. Yes, and you know that. She wanted to kill me. Nothing would have killed me if it wasn't for that.
Nothing. So what you whinging about?
I'm not whinging.
Your lips are moving and you're complaining about something. That's whinging. It's one of the cube 6 times you don't hear him bitching about it.
I'm not sure. Something wrong. Stay on me.
I don't know if you used to hear this, but the new Final Destination movie is finally on HBO. If that's anybody's point.
So but I think
Or you can get me a little bit.
Then why the fuck I see you with my fucking
Hello?
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck
To get close to being anti-Semitic